I know. So we're live now.
Well, there's a delay, so it shows that it's setting up for me.
Let me know when to start.
I will.
I live at your command.
So we're live now.
Madam Mayor, we are live at 6:05.
Sounds like cocktail time. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular City Commission meeting of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, Tuesday, September 16th at 6 o'clock. May I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Resch,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga is on Zoom. Commissioner Christopher McVoy had a conflict. I'm not sure if he will be here via Zoom or not. Commissioner Mimi May.
I'm here.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
And just so people know, because sometimes it's really, we're not looking at the little screen where Sarah is, tiny little screen up there. I've asked her when she raises her hand to text me, just so that I know that she's got her hand raised. So that's why I'll be looking at my.
Oh, I can keep an eye out for that as well, Madam Mayor.
That would be helpful. Whatever works.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, you're more than welcome. We are all thinking about you. So, oh, it's my turn. All right. The invocation moment in silence. I will lead. My thoughts and prayers go out to all the people in the world that are suffering for whatever reason, because there's a lot of it going on. And those of us that are lucky to live in this country with what freedoms we have are very, very fortunate. I hope and I assume and request that the decisions that we make up here on the dais, having been given the trust of our citizens, are made in good faith for the benefit of the entire city, and that we are guided by those good principles of government. Thank you. Amen. Mr. Segrich will lead the prayer.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Okay. If you're on Zoom, you don't really have to do it.
I'm just being patriotic.
You are one of my more patriotic people that I know, but okay. So additions, deletions, and reordering. Madam Clerk?
Mayor, unfinished business B, the agreement with Wilcott for the temporary flex trailers is being deleted from the agenda and will be on a future agenda.
Okay. And anything else?
I don't have anything.
Okay, Mr. Segrich?
I would like to pull item B from the consent agenda for discussion.
Okay. And I would like to pull item C, the Constitution Week proclamation. Other than that,
I second those two pullings.
thank you. We appreciate it. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. So presentations. First, we have our PBSO presentation from our own Captain.
No, we don't, Madam Mayor.
You're on the old agenda. Here, I
I'm
have
the
two.
last to know.
Here you go. You got it? Okay.
Oh, it's completely
I mean, he's
different.
here, he looks good, but we're not going to hear him talk.
It's not personal. We appreciate everything you do. Okay, so having been corrected, presentation A. Okay. The presentation on the Tri-Rail Station area improvements by Dr. Kim Delaney, Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. Good evening. Hi.
Hi.
You need to use your microphone.
Try that again. Is that on now?
Yeah.
You got to get a little closer to it, even though it's kind of annoying.
Yeah, it's.
How's that? Is that okay?
Just make sure that it's you're loud.
I'll do my very best.
Do your best.
I'll use my playground voice. I can get all the way across the playground. I get my kids off the slide. So when they were little. So Kim Delaney for the record from Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. And thank you for the opportunity to present to you this evening. Kind of an unusual project. It would be the first of its type in the region. Actually, the first of its type in Southeast Florida. If we're able to make this one happen, and so kind of a high-level presentation intended just for council discussion and direction tonight. The idea behind this project is to improve the station area experience around the Tri-Rail station. And by doing that, not only do you make it better for riders, but also it enables that site to be a better catalyst for transit-oriented development, which is also a goal of the agency and one of the ways that we help offset the cost of public transit service. Okay. And so by way of overview, just a location map. The Tri-Rail station, of course, is unusually located with the majority of its parking under an overpass. It doesn't have a direct I-95 on-ramp. So it really changes the character of that area. It's much more comfortable to walk around in that area because you don't have cars kind of zipping off I-95 or onto I-95 like we do at most of the rest of the stations in the system. I'll back up for just a moment. And just when we think about stations, we often think about that area around the station in terms of accessibility. So that 1/4 mile circle in the yellow is a very comfortable walk for most people, like a 5 to 10 minute walk. And that green circle is the extent of what usually is about a 10 to 15 minute walk. So that's about a 1/2 mile around the station. We know there's lots of people who ride bikes to the station as well. So our area of focus in a place like Lake Worth Beach, where we have the bike racks are filled at that station, which is great. It's really much broader than that, but we really focus in on that area to better understand how we can make the best rider experience and then boost both ridership and the benefit the station gives to the city. As we zoom into the station, of course, again, we're under an overpass and we don't have another location where we have a station that's under an overpass like this. It's kind of found land in some ways because it's only performing one function right now, which is station parking. And so this project gave us a chance to think about that area in a little bit of a different way. The Regional Planning Council, and by the way, for the members of the public that aren't familiar, the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council is a 4-county agency. We are a public agency that provides planning assistance to the cities, the counties, and the agencies in Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, and Indian River counties. We only work for the public sector. We don't work for the private sector. And we exist as a resource for planning assistance and technical assistance. We have a great relationship with the city in working with redevelopment projects over time. This is a different type of project, but in that same vein. Along those lines, one of the agencies that we're in partnership with is the South Florida Regional Transportation Authority that operates Tri-Rail. And so we recently finished a project where we looked at the 19 Tri-Rail stations and the pedestrian comfort or the accessibility for pedestrians around those stations. There were actually 3 projects we identified in the city of Lake Worth Beach. One of those deals with pedestrian network improvements, adding some crosswalks to make it safer to walk kind of in and around the district to get to the station. A second one was thinking about Lake Worth Road for improvements in the complete streets category. So to improve the multimodal conditions on Lake Worth Road from the station going to the west all the way to Congress, where you've got lots of college students. It'd be much nicer if it was a nicer walk or bike ride back and forth. And the third was looking at the underpass where the parking is located. And that's the focus of this project. And so this map illustrates the ownership underneath the station and how it's controlled. And so if you can see on the right-hand side is Lake Worth Road. The parking that's closest to Lake Worth Road is actually leased to Tri-Rail or the SFRTA from the Department of Transportation, who owns the property. And then there's a separation between that and the area in the gray, which is leased to the school district for parking for the high school. Okay. And so in that area, I have just a couple of pictures to illustrate what the conditions look like. They're not remarkable conditions, right? They're not particularly inviting from an aesthetic standpoint. They're certainly functional, but they're missing kind of a layer of zest. Thank you. It doesn't feel like I'm getting ready to go to a cool Lula Lights district when I come into this location. It's a little underwhelming. And so these are the conditions that we have today. Again, perfectly functional, but not a lot of oomph there. The image on the bottom right illustrates the stormwater that's coming down from I-95 literally onto the pavement that then flows across the sidewalk. And so kind of takes away from the pedestrian comfort typically when you have stormwater going across the sidewalk. Not a lot of definition, bottom left-hand side of the sidewalk area. It kind of blends into this asphalt asphalt edge that leads to the parking area. So not a lot of definition or decor, if you will, for folks that are using that area and walking or biking in and out of the station area. Just a couple other images. Of course, the bus transfer is taking place in the center of the site. And so there are painted crosswalks, but they're and I don't want to get into a crosswalk conversation in great detail because this presentation was put together a few months ago. But that said, the crosswalks are kind of subtle, if you will, and the parking, the waiting areas along the station are exposed to the elements. The bike lockers are painted in a very consistent tan. Those are like canvases, you know, when you think about them from an artistic standpoint. So again, opportunities to dress up the station area to make it more interesting and encourage more pedestrian access. We looked at around the country for design inspiration to kind of explore opportunities for this location. And there are a couple of factors in our thought process. One is the idea of complete streets, which is a much more modern way to think about transportation facilities, not just for people driving cars, but all the other modes that are on roadways and transportation corridors. So bicyclists, pedestrians, scooter riders, people in strollers, people using wheelchairs. There's lots of other modes, people riding transit. And so complete streets considers all those different users in an equal way instead of really prioritizing cars moving quickly through a place conveniently and often without as much consideration to the other users. And along those lines, the shift in transportation planning has really evolved from a very car-oriented pattern to more of a people-oriented pattern. So how does it feel when you're on the sidewalk? And is there shade and is it interesting? Those are things that make the sidewalk actually work better. And so again, an evolution in thinking that helps inform the design plans. The city does a great job of having a much broader view of transit and mobility with Circuit. There's certainly lots of ride sharing. Palm Tran has heavy ridership in the city. The Tri-Rail station performs a really important function for the city and has actually very strong ridership among the 19 stations included in the system. And so that thinking about how to capitalize upon those different riders is part of the thinking behind the plan. And then micromobility, which are the smaller, typically more human powered, although e-bikes and e-scooters are in that category as well. We have lots of different modes that are happening in and around the station that we want to consider. So when we thought about this site and tried to think about comparables, one of the projects that came to mind is in Orlando, which is a project that's now called the Canopy. It used to be called the Under Eye Project. So if you know downtown Orlando on the east side is kind of where Church Street Station is and the City Hall campus in downtown Orlando, and you go under the overpass on Paramore Boulevard, under the overpass on Central Boulevard, and you get over to the Paramore District, which is a historic district of the city where there's a UCF campus, there's high-tech users that have come in, and entertainment venues. And the city looked at a very similar condition to what we have in Lake Worth Beach and thought, man, isn't there something we can do better? When you look at these images, they look awfully similar in the today condition, right? They're pretty barren and they're not particularly compelling. The city has re-envisioned that area and developed a project that they now call the Canopy, which is actually out to bid and it will be under construction, I think by the end of this year. And that is to really amp up the pedestrian conditions and the visual kind of splendor, if you will, that can happen in a space that's otherwise really forgotten. There's lots of ride sharing in and out of the downtown Orlando district. And so this is a location where rideshare drop off and pickup will happen, staging, as well as transit service, and giving people a nicer way to get to and from the downtown area, if you will, over to the Paramore neighborhood. This project's already been approved by FHWA and was developed in conjunction with FDOT. And this is one of the projects that we're considering as we think about what can happen in this area, because this is a success story in the permitting process and now going into construction. So a couple other images of what that area will look like. What you may notice is nothing is physically attached to the pilings. Everything is mounted on the ground, but is able to project at the pilings. It's a light, heavy project with shade-tolerant landscaping as well as public art. And again, this is a project that's in motion now that we have as an example in the state. And there are lots of places where communities have lit the underpasses. And so just a sampling of those, Lynn Lights in Massachusetts is one of those projects where it's really pretty spectacular. I mean, this is a pretty tired underpass that didn't have a great feeling of safety for users, and adding public art and lighting really increases a sense of ownership in a space and adds to safety factors. And so Lynn Lights is one of the examples. It looks kind of like this when you go under the overpass, which is kind of interesting. Well, these are projects that are out there. And so Bright Lights Big City is in Evansville, Indiana. Again, an underpass lighting project that changed the character and contributed to the redevelopment successes in the city. Texas has, I think, 12 or 13 different examples where they've lit all the different underpasses. So this one's called Light Channels. This one is Neon Drive in San Antonio. That's a mural that's lit at night as well. So it kind of looks like it has some motion to it under the overpass. The El Paso Passage in El Paso, Texas. Pardon me. So with those in mind, we took the liberty of working with your staff, the SFRTA, and also got input from the Palm Beach Transportation Planning Agency, and actually the South Florida Regional Planning Council as well, to think about different ways that that underpass area, your parking area, could be designed. And so a few examples to illustrate that. So again, existing conditions, not particularly compelling, but as you look at areas like the northern edge of the site, where today condition looks like so, and tomorrow condition could be much different, right? So if you expand the sidewalk to make it a wider multi-use path, you certainly can add a public art improvement. In this case, it's a mosaic in the center that can be lit as well. The underpass can be lit. We're suggesting the city may want to consider bike share, scooter share over time. What a great location for that to happen. It's closest point to get from the station into the downtown. And certainly there's enough right of way there to do that. So, and then a nighttime image of what that could look like, again, a very different condition than what you have out there today. As we look at the bus transfer, which is in the center of the site, there is a crosswalk discussion, which we'll just leave aside for the moment if we can. But that said, aside from the crosswalk, there is certainly opportunity to add different fencing, different seating, to address the bike boxes, which you can see in that image are actually, those are canvases for some type of public art statement on the bike boxes that are owned by the SFRTA. And the underpass can be lit as well, visible during the day and at night. As you look back towards the station, existing condition looks like so. Improved condition. Certainly the bike boxes, again, shown with illustration, the landscaping and pavers installation improves the pedestrian experience, makes it feel safer, actually is safer when people want to be in that place for purpose. We would suggest that maybe a solar lighting recharge opportunity could be taken advantage of in that location, because lots of people need to get their phones charged as they're trying to pull up their SoFlo Go app on their phone and use the transit system. Further to the south along the edge of the site, it's a little rough in its today condition. A future improvement could really improve that, the character of that space, and add some drought tolerant plants to help stabilize that edge. I think this is the last image. This is the high school side of the site. So this is the eastern side of the site. So today condition and tomorrow condition with just a little landscaping and very modest improvements really changes the face of the area underneath the station. Oh, sorry, I lied. This is actually the last image. So this is the existing condition of the sidewalk along the high school property. Certainly an opportunity to improve the function of the sidewalk by clearing it and maintaining its edge. Adding a little landscaping makes it a much nicer place to be. And so with that, certainly happy to answer questions of the board or public. What I would suggest is the SFRTA actually has grant funding from FDOT in hand specifically to improve the pedestrian conditions around its stations. And this is a site that's kind of risen to the top as a candidate for that funding. So there's 100% grant funding in hand at the moment by the SFRTA to assist in advancing the design, evaluating the permitting and the abilities for this site to happen if the city wanted to pursue that. So I'm able to present that on behalf of the RTA. Their staff wasn't able to be here tonight, but they commissioned the authority to me to be able to offer that to the city if the city wanted to pursue it. And so with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
I'm going to go first. I can't be more excited about this, especially the lighting. Lighting is a cheap, relatively cheap way to make someplace beautiful. You can change it because the LED, you can, and red, white, blue, right, whatever you want to do. And the one thing that when we had our one-on-one meeting, and every time I come into the city now on Lake Worth Road, the overpass, we talked about that.
Yeah.
And that's something that I would love to see. You know, this gray, dirty overpass, and I would like to include that side of it
Mhm.
in this plan. And
Yep.
even if it's just painted, "Welcome to Lake Worth Beach,"
Sure.
and just something. Ever since we had that meeting, I'm just like, every time I drive by there, let's do that really fast. Let's
Sure.
get that done. Let's start there, because
Sure.
that's the thing where people, our entrances, we don't have great entrances. So
Yep.
to me, that's something. So I'm very, very excited about this.
Sure.
So Mimi?
Hi, thank
Hi.
you. This is, didn't know that you had heard about it before. This is awesome. Very cool. I have a question. Let's say we get the grant, we do the thing, it's done. Who's responsible for the landscaping and the security
Those,
of the place? Because I can just putting all the benches in and you're just making it more inviting for sleepovers.
oh, sure. So the city would take on maintenance responsibilities for improvements like this. The RTA, the SFRTA, has station security personnel that are assigned to stations. And so
Are they 24 hours?
I don't believe they're 24 hours. So I believe they're while the trains are
While the
operating.
trains are running.
Right.
Okay,
While the trains
okay.
are operating, there are security personnel there, and there are staff that are consistently cleaning the area, wiping down the, sweeping down the sidewalks, emptying the garbage, kind of keeping an eye on things.
Mhm.
But these are the types of improvements where what we typically find is we're able to secure grant dollars either exclusively or to match
Mhm.
local dollars, but the local entities always ultimately take on a responsibility for maintenance. So this is it's a gateway feature, right? So
sure.
there's a balance in that
Mhm.
that the state always looks to the locals to take on ultimately that responsibility.
Got it.
So
Okay.
with respect to benches and sleeping, there certainly are, and that's a concern that's raised not just in Lake Worth Beach, that's raised in many communities. There are different ways to design those benches to make them more comfortable for sitting than lying.
Mhm.
And so those are the types of design approaches that I think we probably want to explore for the city
Right.
as we kind of tease out the idea.
And I love the idea of all the colors. I mean,
Oh.
when you think of Lake Worth Beach, I mean, just more color is better for us.
Sure.
And we love that. So it sounds like it's definitely worth looking into more. Thank
Okay.
you.
Sure.
Sarah would like to speak. Sarah, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say thank you. I'm very excited for this project as well. Thank you to Joan and the CRA and all the efforts putting forward with this. Thank you to staff for working on it. My only recommendation would be on the trees. Let's do shade trees and not palm trees. I know that the renderings are just renderings, but if we can make those, those subtle changes, I think that'll go a long way to our tree canopy.
Let's start with the lights.
observation.
Start with the most impact, least money, least maintenance.
Lease maintenance. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm just,
We would expect, just to that point,
Right.
we would suggest it likely would be a phased project with lighting being probably the easiest thing
exactly.
to work on first, and then phase the landscaping in over time. So there's lots of opportunity to really get that right. But that would be our expectation with respect to the improvement. It probably is a phased project over time.
Mr. Sigrich.
In terms of the grant funding, you mentioned 100% grants, matching grants. Is that all just kind of fluid until we actually make our application, or do you have stuff in mind?
So the grant funding is available for design, permitting, and engineering. I don't know if the grant funds can extend into construction yet. But this is the type of project in our experience as an agency that tends to be very attractive for grant funding. Those grants are always more competitive when there's a local match. either in kind or cash match. And so that's a consideration that we would work with your staff if you'd like, or your staff can work independently to pursue that. So the front end, right? Taking this from concept, we like it, to what would it cost physically? Where would things go in the ground? That permitting and planning and engineering piece, we feel fairly comfortable that it would be accommodated within that grant at 100%. The RTA has those dollars, has received those dollars, and they're available for this type of investment. The construction end is kind of like a next part of the conversation. We would do our best to understand what the options are for the city, be happy to assist again, or if the city wants to take the ball and run, identify those grant dollars that could be available to you for that purpose.
I
Thank
would
you.
love to see this happen, really. Those lights just make me crazy. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're most welcome. So, okay, so I'll take that as direction back to the SFRTA and continue to work with your team and follow up as there's more to follow
And
up.
just for the public, SFRT, we use a lot of acronyms.
do.
SFRTA stands for South Florida.
Regional Transportation Authority, which operates Tri-Rail.
I just want to.
Yes. Yeah, sorry for that. It is an
We all-
acronym laden world that we
We
live
all
in.
do
So,
it. We all do
so
it.
thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much and good to see you again.
Good to see you as well.
Okay, next up we have, yeah, please, thank you. Next up, we have two proclamations. The first one is celebrating National Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas from September 15th to October 15th, Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month, a time to celebrate the heritage, history, traditions, and cultural diversity of Hispanic Americans whose heritage is rooted in Spain and 19 countries and territories, including Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, Colombia, Venezuela, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Paraguay, Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Dominican Republic. And whereas this Heritage Month is celebrated mid-September to mid-October to highlight the independence of several countries. September 15th is the day that Costa Rica, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Guatemala, and Honduras celebrate their independence from Spain. Mexico celebrates its independence on September 16th and Chile on September 18th. Also, Columbus Day, Indigenous Peoples Day, or Dia de la Raza in mid-October falls within this 30-day period. And whereas the 2025 theme is Collective Heritage, honoring the past, inspiring the future. And whereas Hispanics of every race, class, and multiple nationalities have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of the city of Lake Worth Beach in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. And whereas the Hispanic community plays a vital and integral role in shaping the present and future of the city of Lake Worth Beach in business, education, law, science, technology, and numerous other fields. And whereas the Hispanic population in Lake Worth Beach is more than 45% of the 42,224 people who do call Lake Worth Beach their home. And whereas in celebration of Hispanic and Heritage Month, we honor the Hispanic contributions Hispanics have made in the city of Lake Worth Beach, and we highlight an important part of the rich diversity that keeps our community strong. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim September 15th to October 15th, 2025 as Hispanic Heritage Month. In witness thereof, I have hereto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach to be affixed the 16th day of September, 2025. I think this is a very, especially relevant these days. Now, I pulled from the consent agenda, Constitution Week, and I'm going to speak a little bit about this because this morning I had the honor and privilege of participating through the American Inns of Court, which I'm a member of, a Constitution celebration. There were about 300 or 400 high school kids from all over the county, and there were two teams. One team was the issue was free speech for students. You know, can the school board limit what they put on their T-shirts, things like that. And there was a team which argued for the school board and a team that argued for the students. And it was a panel of 12 of our real judges there. And I helped to coach one of the teams. And it was just really interesting because one of the things that they did was at the beginning was they talked about jury trials and due process and how important that was to our system of government, which makes this country a different country than many others. And in our role as commissioners, there was something about it. They were being a judge. And on some levels, we are. We make decisions about things. And they really impressed upon us and these 400 students that it's not my personal feelings. It's you take the facts and you take the law and you put it together and hopefully come up with the correct decision. And it just really hit my heart today because that's really what we do. What I feel about something, I have listened to I've changed my mind. We all do much for the most part, listen to each other and listen to differing opinions and hopefully listen to each other with respect. And one of the things that they really emphasized today was how to be a good talker in terms of body language and and how to be a good listener. And to be a good listener is harder, I think, than to be a good talker, because as someone's talking to us, we want to respond. So it was just really a real reminder for me of just how to be a better citizen. So I also brought, and I have them to pass out, the Constitution of the United States with all the amendments. A tiny little book that is the basis for our wonderful democracy. And I brought some, if folks want to have them, we can pass them out. And I just want to it was a good opportunity for me to, you can take one. So I just thought it was a good opportunity to talk about the Constitution because it is, after all, what makes us different from any other country. The Constitution of Russia is binders full of stuff as opposed to what we do. And it's wonderful. So here we go. Whereas September 17th, 2024 marks the 238th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention. And whereas celebration of the Constitution was started by the Daughters of the American Revolution, in 1955, the DAR petitioned Congress to set aside September 17th to the 23rd annually to be dedicated to the observance of Constitution Week. The resolution was later adopted by the U.S. Congress and signed into public law on August 2nd, 1956 by President Dwight D. Eisenhower, heightening awareness and respect for our great American heritage. And whereas all people within the boundaries of the United States, of America, whether citizens or visitors, enjoy the protection of their individual rights to an extent unparalleled on the face of the earth since recorded history. But these rights also imply individual responsibility. And whereas it is proper for all people to reflect on the blessings of liberty afforded them in the United States as guaranteed by the Constitution, and it is proper that official recognition be accorded to this expression of the foundation of our freedoms that set America apart from every other nation. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach honors the blessings of liberty and the foundation of freedoms guaranteed by the United States Constitution that so define our city's proud history and guide our promising future. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor and of the city of Lake Worth Beach, and on behalf of the city commission, do hereby proclaim September 17th to 23rd, 2025 as Constitution Week, and ask all residents to reaffirm the ideals that the framers of the Constitution held in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties, remembering that lost rights may never be regained. In witness whereof, I have set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Lake Worth, Florida, to be affixed hereto the 16th day of September, 2025. And you can always get copies of the Constitution free. I think the United States Supreme Court sends them out, but it's not that long to read, but it is the basis of everything. So I encourage us to read it. So next, approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, public
Yes?
participation.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I always mess that up and I don't know why. No, that's not true. Snarky comments not appreciated. Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by Lauren Devlin, followed by Jeannie Powell.
Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I wish I wasn't first. Don't know where to start. Tonight there were two proclamations: Hispanic Heritage Month and Constitution Week. After Palm Beach County declared their Hispanic Heritage Month, Father Frank had a comment. It is the assertion of the county this evening, well, it's assertion of the city this evening, that positive governance addresses the needs and recognizes the contributions of our Latino families. Good friends, we wish to believe you. Show us. In my words, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. At the pre-agenda meeting, Commissioner McVoy requested that an ordinance be added to tonight's agenda as for discussion as an emergency. The agenda for the ordinance addressed the importance of local law enforcement to community safety and addressed the emergency that's happening in our communities at the moment with the immigration, the ICE. Some of the proposals in the ordinance were for law enforcement officers of the ICE activities to be kept at least 2,500 feet from schools, churches, synagogues, mosques. That all law enforcement officers have a badge number, an official a name of their employing agency, and that be clearly legible, and that they don't have face coverings. This was considered by Mayor Esch and Vice Mayor Malega as not an emergency. I'm sure that a lot of us do see that it is an emergency. When you read out the countries included in Hispanic Heritage Month, just brings it home. Venezuela, people have lost their right to be here. Mexico, described as criminals. And the Constitution, well, yes, due process is in our Constitution, and due process is not being followed in our town, in our state, in our country. So, good friends, we wish to believe you. Show us.
Laura Devlin, followed by Ginny Powell.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. I appreciate Commissioner May holding a town hall at the casino last night. It was very well attended. However, as I pointed out at the town hall, the majority of attendees were over the age of 50 and mostly white. I was asked why that was, and at the time I said I didn't know. But after thinking about it, I concluded that most of the publicity was either through word of mouth by those already engaged in our city meetings or the various Lake Worth Beach Facebook pages. I've been told that younger people don't use Facebook. I'm not sure about our Hispanic and Haitian residents, but if they do use it, the city events are only posted in English. I suggested different ways of reaching out for future events, including lawn signs that could be posted in all three languages. I'd only mentioned Spanish, but notices could also be translated into Creole to invite all of our residents to participate in our city forums. The dates could be changed easily for each town hall, a similar event. The electronic sign in front of City Hall could also easily list city meetings in all three languages. I also want to suggest a town hall, a similar event be held at the Guatemala Mayan Center if they could accommodate such an event. It would send a message that the city really cares about the monumental stressors that exist for this community at this time. I also want to say I was disturbed about comments from the dais 2 weeks ago about the frustration regarding the public bathroom and water fountain facilities at Bryant Park. The first remark, which I felt was flippant, it was suggested that a pay station for the bathroom, maybe 50 cents, be instituted, quote, because everyone has 2 quarters. The other remark was suggesting that the water fountain be shut off, quote, because everyone walks around with a bottle of water. I felt these remarks showed a lack of respect and understanding of the wide range of residents and guests that use Bryant Park. How many of you right now have 2 quarters in your pocket or purse? I don't. These type of comments could be construed as being out of touch with those who do not have the financial resources, including the elderly and children, to, quote, walk around the park with 2 quarters in a water bottle. It reeked of privilege. and reinforce the feeling of many residents in our community that some members of the commission are not interested in understanding the needs and struggles of all of our residents, not only the ones that go to the beach club. I was encouraged to hear the mayor's remarks tonight extolling the contributions of our Hispanic sisters and brothers, and that reinforcing that listening is more important than talking. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Ginny Powell, followed by Peggy Fisher.
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. First of all, I want to thank Commissioner May for the town hall last night. It was very well attended. It was good. A lot of comments, and I'll thank Commissioner Segrich in advance. He's also having a town hall this week. I did take a little exception with one of the commenters who said more people need to come out. Well, that may be true, but there's a lot of people in our community that have a job or two, both parents work, children. So by Thursday, I will have gone to 3 city meetings. One was a meeting with Commissioner Segrich. So I think it's not helpful. And I agree with Ms. Devlin that we need to reach out in other ways besides Facebook to ensure that our community, everyone in our community is reached regarding important meetings like that. I thought that most of the people that attended that also expressed that they don't want massive development in our city, or the beach or the golf course, or in general, which I mean, I think a lot of people don't fully understand what the charter amendments are about. I think it would be helpful, as I suggested last night, that we have some sort of more expansive charrette type thing. Treasure Coast Regional Planning, Kim Delaney's group did the L&M property charrette back in 2022. I think that's the kind of thing we need. We do have a comprehensive plan that was written in published in 2020, but honestly, it's not the easiest thing to comprehend. And I think it would be helpful for all the residents to understand that in language that they can read, and to do, what do we have now and what do we want in the future? The meeting was about, yes, essentially, what do we want in the next 5 or 10 years? And I think what you want is a comprehensive plan about what we want in 5 or 10 years. So I think that we do need some type of weekend long. I believe the mayor, you were partially responsible for making that charrette happen. And I think it was at least one weekend and a week of people could come by and see what the work that had been done by a whole bunch of teams. It was really excellent. So I hope that something like that will come to pass. I hope we're going to do more than a few town halls. And I think we need to hold off on any vote on the charter changes, and also that we bring back the Charter Review Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Peggy Fisher, followed by Todd Townsend. And if anyone has anything they'd like to talk about that's not on the agenda, they need to fill out a blue card in order to come up and say that. So just if anybody needs to do that.
I have a question first. The item that was pulled from the consent agenda, are you going to take comments on that?
I don't know.
That depends, that impacts what I'm going to say.
Well, sure.
Okay, then I won't say it. No. Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. 34 months ago, the commission, of which Commissioner Segrich and Commissioner May were not part, passed ordinance 2022-09-2022, which was about smoking in city parks. 34 months. That was really brought forth because the governor signed into law non-smoking on all beaches. So the city, pushed by Commissioner Malega, brought forth an ordinance. At the time, with the leisure services director at the time, I was told multiple times signs were being worked on. Signs were being worked on. Well, so far there are signs at the beach as required under state law. And there is one sign that's about half the size of the no drone sign at the boat ramp. Whether or not you do signs, I've given up. I know our current leisure services director is working on that, and I appreciate that. I appreciate her trying to clean up all the signs, which was something her predecessor was supposedly doing. And should have been done before Ms. McKay was hired. But if you are going to pass ordinances that you have no intention of pushing to notify the public or to have enforced, which the ordinance says that the city's law enforcement will be able to write citations, and it's no smoking, no vaping, then you have to put some force behind it. If you don't intend to put that force behind it, don't waste staff time. Don't waste legal time to draft the ordinance. It's either be all in or pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Townsend, followed by Gail Silverblatt. And Tracy Ross Peterson, working in tandem apparently for 3 minutes.
Hi, Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. Just wanted to run a couple of quick things by you real quick. So suddenly you're like, citizens vote, let's vote on this concerning this and that. Meanwhile, you're ramming through in breakneck speed WMOTA and well before the B side of the project, such as the parking garage. After last night, we really do need to back up and say, yeah, let's vote on WMOTA, yes or no. 2, it's horrible that the CRA used housing recipients to precedent cutting down trees. The real target is actually the trees on the property on B Street between Lake and Lucerne that are in their way. I think it's underhand and disgraceful. Lastly, this is the third full raining season where the roof on the historic annex building is compromised. It's raining inside of there probably now. So we really need to look at what we're doing like fully. So thank you very much and have a nice night.
Thank you. The Nest ladies. Are you each taking 3 minutes or I just? Okay, thank you. It's fine.
Hi, Tracy Rose Peterson, 331 South Lakeside Drive. Good
Why don't you
evening.
wait till your compatriots.
Oh, thank
Your velvet leaves.
Yay.
Buttonwood?
What is this? It's very
But-
cool.
This is a native silver buttonwood.
Silver
Yeah, yes, it is. So we'd like you to start with the map. We are here to give you an update on the tree plantings, and this is what we're calling phase 2. It's at the very northeast corner of Bryant Park, just meeting the overpass and running along the wellness walk and going right up to underneath the bridge. So you can see we have a tree circle, and the tree circle is a 60-foot diameter made of 15 silver buttonwood trees. They are called clear trunks. So their trunks, it's clear. They don't start bushing out until after 5 or 6 feet. And as they grow, they will continue to have taller trunks and then just bush at the top. And when they bush together, they're 12 feet apart so that it won't impede any of the maintenance for the city. Jamie saw the plan and was, we took different suggestions from the city people that we've been working with and Tiana. And so there's 15 trees in this tree circle at a 60-foot diameter. And then we also are proposing 9 native green buttonwood trees to continue the shade project along the wellness walk. So there's on this map, you can kind of see how it's laid out, and it's just in the very, very northeast corner. And Gail, you want to tell some more about Yeah. tree circle?
Okay. They're all native trees that we're putting in. We're calling it the 60-foot circle, the Joyful Tree Circle. It's creating an event space for smaller musical groups, jazz quartets, dance performances, drum circles, public and community events, poetry readings, book clubs, yoga, or quiet contemplation. The city and Commissioner Malega, others had asked for memorial trees or a spot for quiet area. And the city doesn't really want to put in separate memorial trees. So we thought of a circle and, you know, that would serve the same purpose and plus being an event. It'll offer a pause as visitors stroll on the shaded wellness walk. The Joyful Tree Circle is a native 15 silver buttonwoods, which is what you have. Feels like velvet. Will create an appearance of a halo of silvery leaves, especially from higher up on the Gulf Stream as they look down through their windows. It will enhance the current events scheduled at Bryant Park, such as the Easter egg hunt. The children could look for the eggs in the silver circle of trees, or the large bunny could be photographed with the children or read a story to the children in the magical silver circle of trees. The Halloween event, the mayor's group of good witches could hold their performance in the Joyful Tree Circle of silver buttonwoods. An event space in the round has entrances and exits from all sides, no front, no back, no formal entrance. This in the round event space will be less formal and maybe more creative than events using the stage. People could sit within the circle of trees or sit in the shade around the circle observing the performances. I can imagine nighttime activities in the Joyful Tree Circle with modern dance groups, carrying small LED lights flickering through the trees as they dance. The equal spacing between the silver buttonwood tree trunks of the circle would create arches that mirror the facade of the Gulfstream Hotel. We don't want to forget the native green buttonwoods, 9, that are planted along the wellness walk, providing a space to enjoy the Lake Worth Lagoon and interact with nature, and providing buffering to the road noise on the north and a feeling of coming upon the Joyful Tree Circles on the west and the east side. Nest's efforts to add shade trees in Bryant Park underscore the importance of community-driven projects that not only beautify the city, but also build and strengthen bonds between neighbors, public park users, and the city.
I wanted to add that it's Paul and Marta from Marty Plants that are making this be able to happen at such a reasonable price. And they use Florida, #1, Florida fancy trees. We also were working with the city to move the original planting date and do some of the utility locating that needs to be done before this happens. I also wanted to mention one other thing about a tree circle. The tree circle, it's an international thing too. So trees can be seen from the air, but from airplanes and drones, but they can also be seen from satellites. And there's an international group called Trees for Life Project, and we can let them know when we plant. And then they take pictures from the satellite and add it to their database. That's an international, and it can be, you know, create international tourism even almost. So and that the website and why tree circles are so great for biodiversity and all their reasons to do that are, you know, all on this website that you can read for hours and days. So, it's called a living artwork. So it will be changing over time, but we're pretty excited about the way it could just be a live venue also.
And the first planting, October 27th. And Paul always plants on Mondays, so we're hoping 2 or 3 after that will be done. He's trying to get the whole circle done on one day, but we'll see how that goes. And I don't know if you've been to some of his plantings. There's no mess. It's spotless every day as he leaves. So it's not like something is fenced in and it can't be used by the public. It can be walked through right then at that point. And he stakes the trees, maintains them for 2 years. And the 27 trees that we planted south of the water treatment plant along the wellness walk, they're doing really well. They're really doing well. And it was the former director of leisure services who decided to have that wellness walk. And I think it was like right after COVID, we were all like barely coming out of the house. So, you know, this is just like shading, enhancing, and hopefully events as well.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you. And normally we don't make comments, on these, but I just want to say that the Nest Group is a group of citizens that came together with a really good idea, worked cooperatively, in a positive manner, approached the city with a reasonable idea and are continuing to work through it. Thank you very much, ladies, because it wouldn't have happened without you. Thank you.
Staff has been really good.
Next up is Priscilla Hallowell, followed by Rich Raphael, followed by Ramsey McLeod. Any more?
I just wanted to see. we talked about this today on
Yeah. Right. So let's join the club. One of many water features we have in the city. Yeah. 16th Avenue North. So go ahead and introduce yourself and sure.
I'm Priscilla Hallowell. I live at 1512 North Lakeside Drive. This is actually my neighbor, Tom Williams. And he says, according to Von Baker, the project was supposed to start this summer to fix the seawall, fix the intercoastal wall, and has been delayed due to engineering has not been sent to the city, who would then need to approve the design. And I'm hoping someone from the city is pushing the engineering firm to get this design done as soon as possible. Clearly, summer is the time, is now off the table, and hopefully the funding of the project is still available. And by the way, Von is on maternity leave, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, so we're hoping that was a master plan we understood for the city for trees and drainage and whatnot. And I'm not sure where that went. It was a couple of years ago. And
you can certainly write to Mr. Brown at jbrown@lakeworthbeachfl.gov and
okay.
ask that question. He will answer that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rich Raphael. Oh, I see a group coming up.
Rich Raphael, 832 North J Street. I don't know who these people are behind me.
I just wander in.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and esteemed citizens present and online. I come before you tonight as a member of the Mango Grove Neighborhood Association to invite you to our Carnival Crawl, which will be held on Saturday, November 15th from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. This is our annual fundraiser, and 10% of all ticket sales will be donated to Paths to College. Our 2024 crawl was a resounding success, and we intend to repeat and beat last year's performance. And like last year, participants are encouraged to wear costumes befitting the carnival spirit. This year, several Mango Grove neighbors will host carny-like games, provide complimentary snacks and drinks, both adult and other beverages, to entertain participants. We're looking forward to two other neighborhoods, Parrot Grove and Sunset Ridge, guest hosting in two carnival games within Mango Grove. Some of the games are going to have to test your skills: duck pond fishing, Mardi Gras bead throwing, safe axe and star throwing, clown face bag toss, and an alternative dunk tank. And speaking of the dunk tank,
no,
you, mayor, commissioners, and city manager are all invited to take your turn on the dunk tank seat of honor. Prize tickets will be awarded to participants commensurate with their skills, and participants complete their rounds of the games. They'll gather at a neighbor's house for an after carnival party and prize awards. Last year, there'll be gift certificates from many Lake Worth Beach businesses. These certificates will be grouped to make several prize packages. Participants can use their accumulated prize tickets from the games to bid on the prize packages they'd like to win. And you must be present to win. After prizes are awarded, the after carnival party will move to an after party at Rudy's, where your wristband can be exchanged for a free drink while you regale each other with stories of your carny prowess. Tickets are on sale now. You can buy paper tickets at Trosh Vintage on Dixie and Paws on the Avenue at Lake, and e-tickets online at Eventbrite. Tickets are $30, and if bought by November 3rd, and if bought by November 13th, or $40 if bought on the day of the event. the 2025 Carnival Crawl will be held, rain or shine. And to paraphrase the great Carnival barker, come one, come all to the greatest show in Lake Worth Beach.
All right. What time?
1 to 5.
1 to 5.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was great last year.
I already bought my tickets, which I'm just thinking, maybe if I'm getting dunked all day, I don't need
Yeah, I
tickets,
don't
but
know that yet. Good luck.
call it a donation.
Last but not least, Ramsey McLeod. Let's hope on the positive. Let's keep on the joyful.
Yeah. How do you follow a carnival group? I mean,
You try,
it's
Ramsey.
just, it's
Give it a
just a
try.
little bit. First off, I really want to thank Commissioner May for holding her town hall last night at the casino building at the beach. It was really great to see such a turnout of concerned citizens who normally don't engage in our commission meetings. And I believe she heard them loud and clear. Now I'm going to talk, okay?
Here we go.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. Regarding referendums, my submission is this, Article 4, Section 3, City Manager Vacancy. It currently reads, during any vacancy in the office of city manager, the commission may designate any competent person except the mayor or any member of the city commission to execute the functions of the office of city manager. I would like to add an additional sentence. Should the vacancy of a city manager be permanent, the city commission shall have 90 days to publish an RFP and begin the process of finding a replacement. However, in the event of a natural disaster, the city commission will have a total of 180 days in which to publish an RFP and start this process. Once started, the process shall continue uninterrupted or delayed until the position of city manager is filled. Since I have spoken on this topic at each commission meeting since the cancellation of the July 25th Evaluation Commission meeting, I encourage anyone who is as concerned as I am to email the members of the dais in support of this change to our city charter. Additionally, I have recently discovered why the Peters development properties are sitting vacant. A gay couple I know were very interested in reopening the old Blueprint Bar and Grill location to be a bar with music and bar food. They were even willing to pay the $15,000 a month leasing costs. But as they discussed their vision for the location, they were promptly advised that their idea was not what Mr. Peters envisioned. He is holding out for a high-end restaurant to move into that space, which will never happen because the kitchen is not set up to support such a venue. So I've come to understand that Peters Development is holding our city and our prime downtown locations hostage so he can turn us more into a Palm Beach downtown area. That is something that the area median income in our city cannot support. As a result, we have lost tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales tax income because of his stamps. Why do you think Lula's didn't last, or any other restaurant that attempts to follow his vision? Because it doesn't match the vision of the residents of this city. Why is Lilo so popular and been able to continue to operate successfully? Because they are catering to the market that will support them. They serve all people and their pricing is affordable for most incomes residing in our city. We need to take action in some fashion, be it something in our charter, etc., that bars a developer from blocking needed income to our city or something to rein in such behavior. We have another realtor, Yasmin Real Estate, who is following in his footsteps. They have already purchased 20 properties on the west side of the city, and my fear is that an already impoverished area will become worse because of this practice.
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you.
Oh, you forgot.
Thank
See, that carnival, folks.
Thank you very much, Madam. No, we don't read them. All right, now approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve
Yes.
August 29th and September 2nd minutes.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Oh,
What about Sarah?
she doesn't vote
here, by the way.
Oh.
I said aye.
Okay, thank you. Do we vote via Zoom, Madam Attorney? Yeah.
I said aye,
too.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's unanimous. We've approved the minutes unanimously. Great. Okay. Consent agenda, B has been pulled,
Right.
It's only A.
right? All right, so let's deal with B and then do, then the vote on the consent agenda. How's that? Ramsey McLeod and Peggy Fisher. All right, Peggy Fisher, Ramsey McLeod.
Kind of need Jamie for this one. too.
What?
Or Lauren.
Make me nervous back there with this, Peggy. Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. In all the years I worked, I never got a monetary compensation for staying an employee, no matter how long I worked with a company or a government agency. I find this whole process of awarding monies to people who stay with us disproportionate to their contribution to our workforce. All I got was recognition and a certificate for staying so long. How are we giving money to employees based on their seniority and not their productivity? Each employee should get a cost of living increase, and that's it. Again, you constantly speak of how dire our financial state is, and yet you are here to approve almost $83,000 in expenditures that I feel never should have been approved in the first place. So I really question how our union negotiations are benefiting our city and not having a negative impact on our budget. In addition, how can you justify giving an employee 3 floating days off for 1 day off for their birthday? That makes absolutely no sense to me. If you drop their birthday as a day off, then they get 1 floating day off, not 3. It's a 1-for-1 exchange.
Thank you, Peggy Fisher.
Can I,
Oh. Why don't we talk about it? We can discuss it because it's been told.
yeah, but after that, let's have the director of HR
Oh,
just clarify this before we discuss it.
Ms. Fisher?
In my opinion, Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. In my opinion, this ordinance should be tabled or not approved. In the employee handbook, it says the city will provide a program for evaluating the work performance of its employees that may be amended from time to time. The city, in cooperation with each department director, will administrate a system of rating employee performance, and goes on from there, but I don't want to run out of time. So you're supposed to have a system according to the existing employee handbook. Unfortunately, it appears that this program described in here does not exist, because I have been told that it has been 10 years since employees were evaluated on an annual basis. I worked for over 45 years and was reviewed every year, whether it was in private sector or working for the state of Florida. That might explain some of the complaints from citizens and businesses that you receive about customer service. The longevity practice, which has not been approved by you all, nor the swap of days if it's 1 for 3. I am with Ramsey on that, should not be approved until there is an established, approved review process in this city that takes place every year. That is what I, as a resident, taxpayer, voter, expect of this city. There are many programs out there. I was under something called People First when I worked for the state. It was on the computer, and then it could be printed out, but you did work and your supervisor did work on the computer. It is irresponsible for our employees not to be reviewed annually. It is nothing but irresponsible. And
Thank
for
you,
this,
that's
if it's going
time.
on for 10 years, it's horrible.
Thank you. We're gonna have HR come up.
Hi,
Hi.
I am Lauren Slade and I'm the Director of Human Resources for the City of Lake Worth Beach, and I'll be glad to answer your
Make sure,
questions.
slow down a little bit and make sure you get into the microphone.
Sorry, my Yankee side comes out sometimes. I apologize. Okay, what are your questions?
Explain what we did. Explain what you're asking us to do. Let me hear that.
Well, let's start with the floating holiday. So the way that it reads here is as the two citizens that came up, that's how I read it too. So are we swapping one birthday holiday for 3?
Generally, actually, what we are doing is we are asking you to approve things that were already approved for the PEU union for the rest of our employees. So with the union negotiations, there are a lot of things negotiated back.
Okay, go
I'm
closer to the
sorry.
mic.
You need to really speak up. You go fast and you don't
Okay.
speak. They need to.
Yes, you can take the girl out of Connecticut, but you can't take Connecticut out of the girl. Okay, so what I'm asking you to do, these are things that were already approved in the union negotiations with the PEU union. So we're asking to allow those same things to happen to, or allow the non-bargaining employees to have those same things. So we're asking for equity across the city for all employees.
Okay, but so are we swapping one floating holiday to give 3?
No, we are changing the birthday holiday to a floating holiday, and we added 2 other floating holidays that is not in exchange for one day for 2. It was a part of a 1.5 year long negotiation for different gives and takes throughout the union contract.
So yes, we are taking.
We're not
for
trading
3.
1 for 2. This is a different issue that the employees wanted time off. They wanted vacation time. They wanted extra sick time. So we thought a compromise would be an administrative day or a paid holiday, which does not accrue, which does not carry over if you don't use it, and it doesn't accrue overtime. So your sick time, your vacation time, your regular holidays, they accrue overtime, whether they're physically worked or not. These floating holidays do not. So it allowed the employees to have 2 extra days that don't accrue, don't carry over, and don't get overtime.
I don't understand. Maybe, so the birthday holiday is not on their birthday anymore. It's a floating holiday.
No,
plus 2 more.
it always
So they
was.
already had the birthday one, so that's 1.
Yes.
Plus 2 more
Yes.
equals 3.
Yes.
Okay. The other question is the the process for, so what's the percentage of the union to non-union employees? Like how many do we have union versus non-union, roughly?
Maybe currently without IBW, I'd say maybe 1/3 to 2/3.
So a third union, 2/3. So we're switching 2/3 of our employees to match 1/3?
Yes, because the
Okay.
union bargained for a lot of perks that we'd like to see equity with across the city
And
for all
that union
employees.
has a 60% positive vote.
it
That's a
did.
real union that's actually still in place.
It did have that vote as of last October. I don't know what this October will bring. They have to recertify every year.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to be specific because I've gotten a lot of questions
Sure.
from residents and I want to make sure that I ask those questions.
Sure.
The longevity. So do we have a merit-based system where they get, like, for example, tomorrow, Thursday, I'm going to get observed teaching. I'm going to get ranked by my teaching ability. And then I'm going to get paid commensurate with each of those rankings. So hopefully I get a 5 and I get the most amount of money that I can. Do we have that? Or is this just you show up and sit at your desk and you get $500?
Well, we do not currently have that, no. And I want to, make this clear that this happens after 5 years.
Right.
Doesn't
And then,
happen-
but the next year they get 600, then
Yes.
700, then 800, all the way up to 2,000.
Yes.
Right. I mean, it's not a ton of money, but
It is not.
it's not earned. It's just given.
Well, loyalty, I think should be rewarded. And I know not everybody agrees with that.
No, I mean, I understand that. I get that. But I also think that the policy that Ms. Fisher talked about that's in the handbook, we should have.
That is a different issue. So if the city manager tells me that he wants to start doing performance evaluations, I will. At no point in my career here has the city manager told me that I'm supposed to be doing that. We were looking into it to see if we could do it with our new ADP system. I'm not sure if that's one we want to do, but Michael Bornstein did not tell me to do that. Carmen Davis did not tell me to do that. If Jamie or whoever is the city manager tells me to do that, I'll do that. You guys give him direction, you tell me. I answer to the city manager. And I
Just say
think,
real quick on.
No, I don't be difficult. I'm just trying to
no,
understand.
I don't take it that
Okay,
way.
okay.
No, please don't take it that way.
I will say on that point that in the past, the reason that, and you mentioned your merit-based system, In the past, the city's financial status did not allow for a merit-based increase. And typically, those evaluations are tied to some type
So
of
why
increase.
couldn't we use the longevity money for the merit-based
Like you said,
initiative?
well, keep in mind here too, the other thing that kind of factors into this is you want to be an employer of choice. So if I'm someone who's seeking a position, that position is available in the city of Lake Worth Beach. That position is also available in a neighboring municipality. If the pay is pretty much the same, but one municipality offers better benefits, stuff like longevity, maybe an additional holiday or additional sick time or vacation time or something, you're going to go to the place that has a better benefit system. So in trying to keep up with neighboring municipalities and trying to be an employer of choice, we look at these things. And as the HR director just mentioned, these were things that were negotiated over a long union contract. You have employees that work on the front line. Some are in union positions, some are not. It creates issues when you have some people receiving benefits that others are not working in that exact same department, in that exact same division. So what we're trying to do, as you mentioned, is equity across the board. So you don't create these weird tensions between employees because some are receiving things.
So there's people that have the exact same job and somebody's in a union and someone's not?
Not the same job. Some positions fall under a union, some do not. So, and that's PERC who decides what positions fall under a union and which do not.
Okay.
The city does not make those decisions. We get all that information from PERC.
Okay. And
so this is just trying to create equity across the board. So all employees have those exact same benefits, and you don't have some that have more sick time or vacation time or floating holidays and trying to just.
I'm gonna
because
listen.
Well, you want to
No.
attract talent to the city, and you also want to retain that talent in the city.
But I'm trying to think about I need to think about it from, I agree that we're an employer and we need to think about how to be the best employer, but I also have to think about it as a taxpayer and a resident. And we're having so many issues with employees, and it's really, really hard to say, let's give them more money. So I'm just, there's where I'm torn. And it's not that I don't appreciate our employees. I do. We have a third that have stuff, 2/3 that don't. It just, I get where you guys are. It's a hard place to be, but it's a hard place for us too when you have phone calls that don't go answered. We have very poor communication with our residents. Somebody can't get a permit for 3 months.
But I think it's also unfair to say that we have so many problems with employees when you might be talking about one particular issue that we're having. And a majority of our employees don't deal with that particular issue.
Okay.
So it's hard to punish everyone if there's one particular problem that you're having.
Okay, I'm gonna listen. Thank you. I just have a question.
Yeah, and I also want to make it clear on the longevity. This is a program that's been in for as long as I know. So, I mean, this is something that I inherited. It's just that 5 years, we just brought it up a little bit. So this has been here forever. I mean, I'm sure, I mean, it looked like the mounts, and there's also some grandfathered in old longevity from IBEW. Some of these guys have been here. I had an employee call me last week.
You need to
40
talk into the mic.
I'm sorry, 41 years. So this guy has been here 41 years, and we topped it, the longevity at a certain amount. But I think that if you've been here 41 years, thank you. And thank you for the people who've been here 25 years. And I think most of our employees work really hard. And to give them a little $500 bonus on their anniversary for staying after 5 years, thank you for staying for 5 years. You know how expensive it is to replace employees? And how hard it is in this environment. It is so competitive to get our employees. We've got great employees and we want to keep them. And these things are not expensive. These are little things to say thank you.
Okay, thank you for that way of looking at it. I appreciate that.
I just have a question in terms of the employee review, which was brought up. Is that something that you could, even for the union employees, could we start doing that, or do you have to negotiate that?
No, we can absolutely, we can start doing evaluations, but we cannot tie it to money or discipline until it's bargained. But we can absolutely start the evaluation process.
Good for the other 2/3.
Yes. Yes, for non-bargaining, we could.
Okay, that was, oh, and I just want to make a statement too. I mean, I've been around the city a long time and as an employee, as a whatever, and institutional knowledge. You know, I think that the complaints that we get are the roles that face the public, and I think we all know what we're talking about. And I really think that I have fought for years and years and years to try to improve that, the face of the public from our city. But I also know that if people are around long enough, they have that's, you know, why'd you do that? Because 5 years ago we did, you know, we needed to do that. The institutional knowledge and the competitiveness, and we've tried to fill some positions we can't get filled.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is we don't pay as much, and we are also known as sort of an interesting city to work for. So there's always a lot going on here. So I do see the value in that longevity pay, just in, you know, but I do think that we need to take a little closer look at the customer service and that's.
And we are, I've been working with the manager's office, the assistant city manager.
And our internal auditor has looked at it as well.
Yes, and we're looking at some, you know, some training as well as some possibly like technical options to make things easier. We're looking at some process improvements. So we're all working as a team and a management team to try and resolve those issues.
Yeah, it's hard.
It is hard.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Segwick. Oh, Sarah, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I just want to say that pride of where you work goes a long way. And I want our staff to be proud to wear the City of Lake Worth Beach logo on their clothes. I want our city to be proud when they're representing us. And a small longevity bonus of this magnitude is not that large of an impact to us budget wise. And that's my question is, did we prepare the budget based around these numbers?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Did we prepare the budget based around these numbers?
Yes.
Okay, so this was part of the budget that we're in the process of approving.
Yes.
Okay, I think that this goes a long way for our staff. As somebody who does have a business and has to replace staff, the cost of retaining staff and showing appreciation is far cheaper than having to go through hiring new staff and finding new employees that will take pride. So I support this. I do want to say that we do need to look at doing the assessments. And I think that that's from the city management all the way down. It just makes good business when we do it that way. But I am in support of this for our employees.
Thank you. Mr. Segridge.
Thank you. I've got a few questions on this, and thank you for your time earlier in explaining it. You know, to start off, I think that longevity bonuses can be a good thing if they are coupled with employee reviews. And I really do think the solution here in the end will be to have employee reviews, because then your longevity is performance based. If you're not performing, you don't get longevity because you've been reviewed. But I have some questions. Does our handbook lay out our HR policies?
Yes, but keep in mind that it goes the way the law goes is that it's, you know, we have our personnel policies, but they are trumped by any union contracts, and then they are trumped by law.
Sure. So, you know, my questions had probably nothing to do with the union contracts.
Okay.
I understand those are what they are. We negotiated what we negotiated, and I understand we spend a lot of time and a lot of effort doing the best we can with that. And I know Mr. Troy over there spent way more time than I'm sure he wanted to, but he did a great job. How long has it actually been, in your knowledge, since director and manager level individuals within our city have had a review?
Not in my tenure here, and I've been here 9
So
years.
so 9 or 10 years. It
I
could be accurate.
I can speak for 9.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. Who's responsible to make sure our policies in the handbook are implemented?
Well, that is my responsibility as well as the department heads.
Okay.
And I will give you the history behind that handbook. That was one of the things that I was directed to create when I first started. And then we started looking at implementing the evaluations. And then it's one of those things that there's different priorities at the time. That was not a priority.
Okay. And you mentioned the ADP system supporting those evaluations.
Mm.
What does our payroll system have to do with actually performing evaluations?
Well, payroll, it's the ADP is is a payroll and an HR system. As an HR system, it has other modules that we can purchase, and one of those is an online evaluation system.
We could do it the traditional way, a pen and paper, a pad, and manager sits down and has a review, correct? Without ADP.
We could, yes, we could.
Okay. Um, so I would be, I'm in favor of these changes. I understand that we need equity. I understand that we need to be competitive and trying to attract top talent. What I am not okay with is continuing to move forward without an employee review program. And so I understand you're saying you need instruction from the city manager, and that would mean we would have to give direction, or the city manager could give
It's
direction.
more operational, I think, than.
But, I would like to make a motion to give instruction to the city manager to implement the employee review program that we have in our policy already, based on metrics for at least director and manager level in the immediate, and then allow HR time to further spread it down, because I understand it gets real tricky with union level employees and lower level employees with that. But at least we know the manager, director, and contract level, that's pretty common practice. So I would move to approve this with the addition that we also instruct our city manager to implement the employee evaluation policy based on metrics for each department for director and manager level and contract level employees as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Mr. McBoy has his hand up, and just a question to our attorney. That's something that would be in our purview. It's operational, but it's also sort of a fine line. Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. McBoy?
Sorry, Elizabeth, we can't hear you.
Oh, gotta speak up, Elizabeth.
I made a motion. Do we have to?
Let's wait
second
till
or-
Mr. McBoy. Oh,
Okay.
yeah, why don't you make a motion? That's fine. We did. Why don't you second it? I'd like to.
Okay, I would like to second the motion, but I would like to ask the motion maker to put some sort of time frame with it within the next 6 months, 3
Implement it.
months, 1 year. How long do they have to do that?
To start it,
To start it.
I would
I don't
ask
know.
you, what would a reasonable time frame be?
Before we vote on it.
Mr. McBoy?
Yeah, we're
just
not
listen,
voting.
we're not there yet.
Yeah, I think typically, especially with government, it's usually in the springtime, kind of leading up to the beginning of the budget process is when, at least for the assistant director and above level, that's typically when you kind of go into that. Because normally, well, in a lot of places, it's merit based, so you would want to make sure that if there is some type of increase or something associated with that, it would actually be part of that budget process. So you're probably looking in that February, March timeframe leading into the beginning of the budget process.
That would be when you do the reviews.
Evaluation.
When would you have the plan in place? That's what I'm asking.
Oh, the plan?
Yeah.
We can do the plan at any point in time, but it's really up to, typically you would be in the spring to do the actual reviews.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I was just
But
looking at
when
how
you say
long
the
does it
plan,
take?
so are you talking about the actual layout,
Starting
how
the-
the reviews would be
Yeah.
done?
Your plan to review.
Yeah, that can be done at any point in time.
Yeah, and since it hasn't been done, it's brought to our attention. I mean, I think why, I know we'll have.
So repeat the motion with time frame, maybe, unless you don't want to add that.
Well, I would actually like to see the first round done as quickly as possible.
So say.
And
90 days.
if that meant that we did not do a round the first spring, that's okay, because it's only a couple months after. But then following that, per your advice, every spring, probably late January, would give time for budget. So I would amend the motion to add the timing of said reviews to the first round to be as soon as possible, and subsequently have it be in late January, early February, in time for budget. And have the plan in place within 45 days.
When you say have the plan in place, you mean actual, just so that's clear for everybody, do you mean actually sitting down and doing the reviews with me, or just a plan to?
No,
do
the plan. So, in order to do review, you got to know what you're judging people by.
and things together?
And
I
since
just wanna make it-
since
the
this is,
metrics.
since this is the first time in 9 years, it would be very
And we-
unfair to individuals to sit down and say, hey, you didn't do this or that.
Yeah.
But I think the first round of reviews would be more of, hey, here's the new metrics here. These are the metrics you are going to be judged on in the future. Here's how you're doing against them now.
No,
And-
just be.
And get people on track. But
Personnel would have to
yeah.
define.
So
those
that
and what
so
the-
so that plan would be establishing those metrics. And I know staff's already working on stuff like that.
Yep.
And
So
just
within
having that
90 days.
formalized, and then also get feedback from us on the commission as to what are our residents looking for as success from our departments.
So what I can do is I can get with HR and we'll develop what those look like. And if it's okay if we just, as far as time frame, I know for the first one you're talking about is as soon as possible, but in following years, if we look at the first quarter of not fiscal year, but actual year.
Mhm.
Right.
So January, February, March, within that first quarter of each year is when those evaluations would take place.
Thank you. Mr.
If that's
McBoy?
okay.
I second all
Oh,
of that.
okay, thank you. Mr. McBoy. All right, so Mr. McBoy?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for pulling this item from the consent and having a robust discussion on it. I concur with the idea, with several of the thoughts. One, the concern that's been raised both by the city manager and by the HR director, that it's pretty important to retain high-performing employees. And it's also important to be able to attract them, which we can't necessarily do by high salaries. And I think, performance reviews is a pretty reasonable idea. The only concern is that I heard it mentioned by somebody on the staff that typically those performance reviews are then tied to merit pay increases of some sort, which would have clearly a budgetary impact. And I would want to make sure that we've thought that through, that, we can afford to do that we, because I would imagine that doing performance reviews, if people have done well and it doesn't show up in anything, that's probably not very good for morale. So I would want to make sure that we think holistically on that one. And other than that, I'm on board.
Thank you. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Malaga? Mr. McBoy? Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So, let's have now the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Thank you, Lauren. Moving right along. Ordinance number 25-04, first reading. Please read by title.
Is ordinance 2504, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 23 land development regulations, article 1 general provisions, division 2 definitions, section 23.1-12 definitions, article 2 administration, division 1 decision makers, section 23.2-6 site plan review team, and division 3 permits, section 23.2-28 administrative adjustments, administrative use permits, section 23.2-29 conditional use permits, and section 23.2-30 site plan review, section 23.2-31 site qualitative standards, section 23.2-32 site plans and specifications, and section 23.2-39 affordable workforce housing program. Article 3 zoning districts. Division 1 generally, section 23.3-6 use tables, and division 2 residential districts, section 23.3-7 SFR single family residential, in division 3 mixed use districts, section 23.3-13 MUE mixed use east, Section 23.3-14 DT downtown, Section 23.3-16 MUFH mixed use federal highway, Section 23.3-17 MUDH mixed use Dixie Highway, Section 23.3-18 MUW mixed use west, Section 23.3-19 TODE transit oriented development east, and Section 23.3-20 TODW transit oriented development west, and Division 5 industrial districts, Section 23.3-23 AI artisanal industrial, and Division 9 overlay districts, Section 23.3-29 or cultural arts district overlay. Article 4 development standards. Section 23.4-4 fences, walls, and gates. Section 23.4-13 administrative uses and conditional uses. Section 23.4-15 cemeteries, mausoleums, columbariums. Section 23.4-16 mechanical systems equipment for existing residential structures. Section 23.4-17 standby generator permanent. And Section 23.4-25 micro units. Article 5 supplemental regulations. Section 23.5-1 signs and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and effective date.
Thank you. Good evening, it's William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. I'm trying to pull up, while I find it, the presentation. It's rather short, even though we have a title that's probably as long as there are animals going on the Noah's Ark. I need some help from the IT person to figure out how to get this to share. Anyway, maybe Alfonso will show up in a moment. So
There he is.
There it is. A lot of this is housekeeping in general. There have been a number of items that have arisen over the past probably 18 months where people were a bit frustrated that we had certain things in the LDRs that precluded them from moving forward with doing various things for their property. The specific ones were accessory uses, accessory buildings, fences. We've made some of those things easier to accomplish. We've changed some of the definitions for accessory uses and accessory buildings. We've also clarified the membership of the site plan review team. And if you're not aware, that site plan review team involves representatives from various departments that ultimately review a building permit and define their roles and responsibilities. We also have changed a little bit and grouped together all of the issues related to administrative use permits and conditional use permits, as well as clarifying when staff can do an administrative waiver, which is a little easier process. It came out of the business advisory board about a year ago to try to make that process easier to understand, to know when it's triggered and who's responsible for doing what. So we've included that in these changes. There are some changes to the permitted use table, specifically with neighborhood commercial. You will be seeing a rezoning for the Lake Osborne neighborhood in Whispering Palms. We've clarified some things there that were redundant within the permitted use table itself. And if you have the same use or similarly situated use, and it's mentioned in two different sections and they aren't quite the same in terms of what's required, it's confusing for people. Clarify some things to do with accessory structures. There are a couple of things that one specifics necessarily, but there were a couple of things you asked us to look at in terms of parking and other little items to effectively reduce the mixed use reduction for parking, as well as the amount of parking reduction that can be associated with affordable housing. That makes projects more difficult. And under the state statute changes, we cannot adopt anything that makes development more difficult until at least October of 27. So there are several items you've asked us to look at and bring forward, and those are now on hold until October 27. That's related to parking, both for affordable housing and for mixed use projects. The one thing that I think a lot of people in the residential areas will appreciate is that there was a sort of design intent that was incorporated in our code many years ago that required residential fences to be set back 3 feet or 30 inches from the right of way, which provided a landscape experience on the sidewalk. Because unlike many communities, we don't have any landscape between curb and sidewalk. It's right of way, curb, sidewalk, and property line. And many people felt that that was an encroachment on their personal property rights. They wanted a lesser distance of setback. So in this code, we are changing that 30 inches to 18, which still allows to have some landscaping there and some softness of experience for the pedestrian going down the street. Because also our sidewalks are rather narrow, if they even exist at all in some places. We clarify some issues with generators. The discussion before both advisory boards was fairly productive. The HRPB voted 4-1 on the recommended changes for you. And then the planning and zoning board recommended unanimously to move that forward. And our presentation's up, but I kind of gone through it more specific, or I could try to answer questions you might have. I know it's a very long document with lots of articles, but whenever we change some things that are universal through every district, we have to affect every district. And so that's why you see a lot of the names of districts mentioned. There's some things that dealt with accessory uses and accessory buildings that happened in every single zoning district. So we did have to change all of those. So would you prefer to ask questions, or you want me to go through the presentation that was prepared by Ms. Green and staff?
You're right. It is a lot. And we asked for, you gave us timely for the agenda procedure, but you and your staff have been working on this and are very intimate with it. It's hard, it's a lot. And I think the diocese is a little skeptical of the housekeeping phrase. Because it sort of minimizes the impact. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. So I'm gonna ask for a motion in a second for discussion to talk about this.
Motion for discussion.
Second for discussion.
And I would like to see the presentation. That might answer some questions.
Yeah.
Then we can.
Okay, so we have a motion in a second.
Okay, so there's listed all the different sections that are affected by these changes. And it is, as Elizabeth was reading through, a lot. So we amended the definition of accessory use, and we're trying in a way to clarify what is the minimum amount of accessory use that has to take place in order to qualify as an accessory use. That was not clearly defined, and we have some accessory use for certain uses that are accessory, but they end up becoming the primary use on something. We've not clarified this completely yet, and we may see another addition later, but an example that's come up is like a landscape maintenance business that has an office that's 300 square feet, but their storage of our landscape equipment, and it is like the vast majority of the site, like 80%. And that use is not, we're still working on clarifying that some more, because that use has just come up recently. Does not work well within our current code, because if you're parking vehicles on a property, it has to be improved. Well, not many landscape companies want to improve 90% of their site, and they would not be allowed to under our code anyway, to have runoff, stormwater management, landscape, and all that to park landscape equipment. So we're working through an example that's come up recently, so that you're gonna see something more probably in the next 3 or 4 months to more clarify that. Again, I mentioned the site plan review team, clarifying who members are, which members.
I'm gonna stop you. Excuse me, I don't want to interrupt, but it would be really helpful, you're talking about, except where it would be helpful for a site, accessory use, where do I look in these many pages? It was just more helpful user for us. I mean, and not to have to ask you to do it, but it would be helpful to have a little more specificity as to where on, what line, wherever.
Okay, but that's part of the definitions. It's happening on line begins on line 324, exhibit A. There's an addition to the definition of what accessory use is and what percentage can it encompass on a property. there are some, and if our code construction is such that if something is not defined, you look at the reasonably acceptable definition through Webster's or Oxford or now AI or the fields of which it was associated. So now we don't have a definition of build to align, but that's a common used term in the planning and zoning world. So we provided a definition in code. We've already had mentioned dark sky lighting since 2013. We provided a definition for it, and also what a green roof is. And a green roof is one way to increase the ability to do impermeable surface on a property. We've got impermeable surface, defining what independent senior living is, because we have people who did not like the term retirement center. So we made a universal term that seems more generic and more positive than a retirement center.
So I just have a question about that. They're doing, I mean, senior living is an issue for some of us. Well, okay, so we have this definition. So now we've got to look into the ordinance where you address it. What do you know?
Here's this part of the ordinance. This whole,
I understand that. But what I'm saying is, that's an interesting definition. Where does it apply? You know, what's
in the permitted use table, because we had 3 different uses that were encompassed and now become one. We had retirement center, nursing center, and assisted living center, and they're now 2 of them are going to fall under the independent senior living versus being a retirement home or a nursing home.
But and again, I just need some qualification. So in the ordinance, are there restrictions about placement? I mean, there's, I think, a distance
existing already. Yes.
Right.
And the minimum acreage, I think it's 2 acres for an assisted living, nursing, now retirement center. Because it's only allowed in certain districts, not all residential districts. So a assisted living center is a residential type of use. We've delineated where they can happen. That was in the code before. We had to change that and made it more restrictive. So we aren't allowed to do it.
Because I mean, I know at least one person that I had, that not in this city, but in nursing, he's got a small independent senior living facility. It's all licensed and all that. But it's 4 people. It's a single family house. So it's not like an institution sort of nursing home.
Mm-hmm.
So that would fall under this, and there's restrictions on where you could put that.
Well, I don't know the actual address and don't know it specifically, but what you've described is probably already in our code, either the non-conforming assisted living, nursing care, retirement center, or it could be a community residence. But not knowing the actual address and how it's licensed, I couldn't tell you specifically. It would not change any restrictions that are not already in place for it. This is not punitive and going back and saying, hey, now you got to go buy some land to make your assisted living center meet the current code. It will become a non-conforming, legal non-conformity. The best example is up in north of Vernon Heights. They've wanted to expand, but they are a legal non-conformity. And so this doesn't change, and that's a commonly known assisted living center. And so they have, based on our bed equivalency, which 3 beds equals 1 dwelling unit, they are very close to being maxed out in terms of how much space they can have and how many people they can serve.
So they couldn't expand at all?
We did work with them to look at a way to expand some. It was nowhere near what they wanted. In terms, because they are surrounded by a single family district, which effectively is 7 units an acre, which is 21 beds an acre.
Well, again, it's there's such a need, with nursing homes and care.
They could bring forward a zoning change and a future land use change, but it would be very hard to support since Vernon Heights surrounds that property. And the only way to get more beds is to move it to a multifamily zoning district, which is a medium intensity.
Yeah, and I was thinking more of the single family home, just operating as a small independent.
Most of those are actually listed as community residences of some sort.
Right. Okay. We probably know over.
So the site plan review team changes begin on line 418.
Okay, Mr. Segrich has a question, and we're gonna have to. Please be patient with us. We really have to go through this, and I'll be right back. I need to go cough.
So just while we're on the definitions pages, so we don't have to jump back and forth. When we talk about the accessory use, and you shall not exceed 30% of the total area, use area. Is that the lot, or is that in relative to the primary use? So if the primary use is like a 600 square feet office, the accessory use can't exceed 30% of that, or is it the lot area?
It depends on what it is. If it is a principal use that includes use of the lot, there are several things that are triggered. One is you have a maximum amount of impermeable surface that's allowed on a property. You have also a limit of how much building coverage can happen. So depending on how the lot is fixed or situated, that use area could change from location to location. And this one's not going to address the landscape company issue, because we are struggling with that, because many times where those want to go are right next to residential uses or residential zoning districts. And I've never met anyone who lives in a home who wants a landscape company next door. And so we have some fairly loose restrictions for landscape companies in the Park of Commerce, which is west of 95. But it appears there's a great desire to have landscape companies on G Street and East Coast Street. And they are interspersed with residential, or they are one lot, not block, from residential uses, either through mixed use Dixie Highway, artisanal industrial, or TOD.
Okay. Would this affect a residential accessory building? This particular definition?
It can.
And so for
But
would
there's a
that
separate section that talks about how big an accessory structure, accessory use in the single family and single family two family district, that provides some more, because we have some exceptions within the code. In general, we have this definition. And this came up a while ago, is that we had people trying to build accessory structures in residential that were bigger than the main house.
Yeah.
Well, that sort of defeats the purpose. And so there's some rules on the size of a garage and the size of an accessory structure, which I believe is 1,000 square feet or 40% of the residential structure, which is a little different than this. Because this is accessory use versus accessory structure.
accessory structure? And is what we're doing here more restrictive than what we currently have? Okay. The next definition that I wanted to ask about was the dark sky lighting. The Dark Sky International is a nonprofit third party that comes up with some standards. They are internationally known worldwide. So what are we going to be utilizing this for? Is this going to be utilized to make restrictions on properties or mandates?
It's already in our code in major thoroughfare guidelines, and has been in part of our code since at least 2013, that lighting within the city be dark sky compliant. But there was not a definition in the definition sections of what dark sky compliant was.
Okay. So
it hasn't changed, and we already require is providing you a direction for where to get a definition. Because a lot of people go to the definition section and they don't find it. And then you're then by the construct of our code, you're sent to the internet or the planning and zoning field or a dictionary to find out what that actually means.
So one of my issues with that is that we're relying on a third party organization that now has control over that section of our code. So if they decide to change their mind on what dark sky compliant means, that means we automatically adopt that. I would be more comfortable if we looked at those actual principles and spell those out within the code. There's another area of our code, the landscaping code, where we have Florida friendly principles as based off of the FIU or FAU program, a university program, not the actual state law. And so when that program changes, automatically our code changes. So I would not be in favor of having anywhere in our code where we just simply say, hey, we're going to follow this third party. I think we should spell out what those principles are.
It's common practice to do that with government. And I guess I just disagree. I mean, what put in the code if we have, you just have to look up what it is.
But it can change.
Yeah.
And I don't think that, I think that has been a cause of some issues for our residents in the past. So I would be more in favor of saying, okay, what are those principles? Let's put them in the code. If it's that well defined, let's define it at a point in time. But
okay, we disagree. That's
yeah,
all.
we can disagree. We can disagree. But so there was that. Under the impermeable pervious surface, we're setting a minimum of 18 inches setback from the side of the property lines. Previously, it was 1 foot. So I would interpret this as being more restrictive on the property owner.
Where are you?
Line 357, exhibit A.
How are we gonna do this now? I sort of interrupted Mr.
Well, we were in the definition section, so these are all my
Okay.
comments on the definitions.
350.
357. So I know, there have been a couple of residents who had some issues with the setback of pervious, impervious material. And so going from 1 foot to 18, even though it's small, wouldn't that be more restrictive?
The overall area that can be impervious is not changing. And so yes, you have a greater setback of where it can happen, but the overall amount of impermeable surface that you are allowed to have has not changed.
So we don't think this would be challenged as being more restrictive?
Almost any change you make to our code could be challenged by someone by arguing that it's a problem in some fashion or number or another.
And what's the reason we're changing it from 12 inches
We're
to
trying to
18?
have some consistency in the code, like the fencing is set back 18 inches. The setback for impermeable surface items, we're trying to have commensurate and be 18 inches because we have a lot of different things. We have 30 inches in one place, 1 foot somewhere else. We've had issues as well that the foot is not overly complied with because it becomes very close to the neighbor's property line. And we've had some problems where the impermeable surface actually was less than a foot. So hopefully if we have a little bit more grace area, where 18 inches, there'll be less likelihood of that impermeable surface or permanent surface getting too close to someone's property. Because then it becomes a civil matter because we don't necessarily have people with rulers trying to imagine or measure an imaginary line that the impermeable surface is technically a foot from the property. Good, bad, or indifferent, we've had some major issues with surveys in the city. Form board surveys have come in that have been incorrect. Well, we don't know they're incorrect. We have to take, because they are signed by a professional. And then all of a sudden the neighbor has a survey done and we find out that the form board survey, that house was built too close to someone's property. Well, after it's built, there's not much we can do. And so we're trying to, as best we can, to make things as clear and definitive and defensible as possible. We're not going to catch everything, unfortunately, and we're going to still have some constituents who are benefited and some who aren't. And we're going to have some who are very unhappy at times and other ones aren't. The ones who are usually the most unhappy is what has been allowed to happen on property next door to them.
Okay. And then with pervious and impervious, the semi-pervious definition, do we have a definition in our code for pervious material? I didn't see it. My concern is our definition of semi-pervious is anything greater than 50% of the flow rate, which would include something that has a better flow rate than normal ground. So I think we need to define what pervious is. Otherwise, you'll have materials that have a better flow rate than lawns, and they only count as half.
I'm sorry, I can't remember whether we have a definition of that or not, but we can look, and if we need to provide one, I don't think it would be a substantial change. It would have to require us to go back to first reading.
Yeah. Okay. And then the last question, just sheds served by plumbing. Does that, I'm assuming we mean like bathroom facilities or stuff like that. Would a slop sink be considered plumbing in this?
I would rather in our code, because of the looseness of what qualifies as a shed in the marketplace, that an accessory structure would be the appropriate place to have a slop sink versus a shed. Because sheds can be put in without a building permit, as long as they meet something.
Yep. Okay.
And you'd be amazed at what's found in a lot of the sheds in the city.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you. Those are my questions.
I wasn't whether, but yes, Commissioner, you're correct.
Okay.
So on our little list up here, site plan review team, as I was mentioning a little while ago, begins at line 419, provides what some of their roles are, their responsibilities, who the membership is, and any questions on that page? That group has been meeting consistently, at least since the code was redone and adopted in August of 2013.
And just so that people know, we're talking about when you ask for a permit, it's review of fire, public works. Is that what you're talking about?
No, the site plan review team is the team that reviews applications for entitlements like zoning. They would review things for the administrative use permits, conditional use permits, major site plans, plan developments of all types. And that team, and they also serve as our concierge service. If somebody's looking at a piece of property, they're in the due diligence period, we can convene the site plan review team or send things to them by email and ask for their input on what the challenges might be for that site, what opportunities might be there. Sometimes it's asked, what is the infrastructure status on that site? That team provides that. Then on the other side of it, once it turns into a building permit, often the same people are reviewing building permits that involve those various disciplines, such as electric, the utility versus electric, the Florida Building Code, stormwater, water, sewer, fire. We have taken off PBSO and Palm Beach County Fire Rescue. That's because PBSO never comments. The building official is part of the community. They are still invited to comment, but they're not a required member of the team.
Doesn't fire have things to do about accessibility and?
They do, but they are still invited to comment, but they are not a required member, I believe.
Okay, so they're made aware of the.
Yes. Okay. And then the Lake Forest Drainage District is also a group that has been included in our site plan review team for comments because a large part of the city west of 95 is governed by that entity.
So that's why police was crossed out.
So we do encourage SEPTED, and please don't ask me what that abbreviation stands for, but it's basically natural design methods to discourage crime and inappropriate behavior. So on line 450, we're looking at the administrative and conditional use sections. We've clarified and cleaned up some of that information. So we have a section just for administrative adjustments. There's a standalone section for administrative use permits and conditional use permits. So now that use permits, both kinds collectively fall beginning of line 535, and then each type is explained and when each type is triggered. This is something that I would like to bring back based on the conversations we've been having with some of you and the Business Development Board across a multitude of chapters. The direction from at least the commission that was here when I arrived, and then the commission that was elected in November of 2011. There's been a great deal of emphasis placed on improving the condition of our non-conforming properties and our existing properties in general. So on the face of it, because we are a historic city and many of our buildings are old, it is far more onerous to get a business license, either for commercial or for residential, essentially anywhere else in the county, because we require properties to be in compliance with our codes. We require that all expired building permits be closed. We expect a certain level of maintenance and investment in the property before it can be leased. And there's a myriad of other ones, and we'll probably bring it back as a workshop. However, and it's been challenged with this, is that it wasn't an intention to make it difficult for properties to be rented or be undevelopment friendly. The goal was to clean up the city and have it look a lot better. And so there are a lot of requirements across multiple chapters that your property meet a certain standard before it can be let out. And lots of people, both tenants and property owners, are not overly happy. So we're going to put together a list of what all is triggered so you can see what they are, and you can give us some policy direction on whether you still feel those are appropriate or not, 13 years later, or you would like us to provide some relief there or leave things the way they are. Some of it we could make more challenging that would not fall under the LDRs if you wanted to. So that's future. It probably won't be until maybe December or January. We're not gonna get that back, just because there's so many things ahead of it for you all to consider for us. So. The use table, I'm not going to go into too much detail on that, but it's clarifying where we have redundant uses in different sections. Just as a reminder, our permitted use table is divided up by use categories: residential, vehicular, personal services, office, commercial, park, vehicular. And so there were some uses that were happening in more than one section. They've now been cleaned up as best we are at this time to have them only be in one use section. From the business development, business advisory board, we're looking now at say section line 777, site plan review. We clarify and try to better describe when site plan is required, when can a site plan adjustment take place, when is a site plan amendment needed. Because once you have an approved site plan for a property, if you're going to change it, then there should be a process of how you go about changing it, because oftentimes those site plans are either approved by a board, planning and zoning board, or historic resource preservation board, or by you as a commission. And so there were some contradictions in how you go about amending an approved site plan. And so we've provided much more clarity. Staff spent a great deal of time on this to make it easier to explain, and also for the layperson to better understand when a minor review is required versus a major review. We clarify some things in the mixed use district. We did not put in there because it was going to be, we had talked about based on some comments that came out of Lake Worth Station, having a minimum amount of mixed use for mixed use. But that makes, since we don't have a definition of that, it makes things more onerous in order to get something approved. So I know you would like to have that, but we didn't make that change because I think it's Senate Bill 180, is that right? Precluded us from doing that. A rule of thumb, if you look online, is that about 10% of the gross use area should be an alternate use in order to qualify as mixed use. And we do try to encourage that, but sometimes that just it's either a use that's too small, or it's a use that it's an amount that some people are not really open to providing. Then on line 992, the site qualitative standards, you've seen these quite often with our plan developments, reintroducing some of the dark sky issues that are mentioned in other parts of the code. I've taken a note on that. We'll look and see how many places it already occurs, and we can look at altering that at a later date. I'm sure there are people that wouldn't like us not to remove that, because there was a great deal of interest about bird watching and being able to see the stars. It was 3 months of discussion about adopting the dark sky ordinances back in 2011, 2012. So I'm pretty sure those same individuals who supported including this will want to have a chance to speak if we're thinking about removing that from the code. And hopefully they're listening and they can come speak their piece at our next meeting. More information to clarify what is required when site plans are submitted for approval. That's in lines 1047 and goes on for quite a bit. Removing a lot of redundancy that was being taken over in the conditional use and the use permit section. Clarifying this, we don't see this as being more onerous, but under affordable housing line 1212, it's always been interpreted that the one parking space for the affordable housing has to happen on site. And we've had some people kind of challenge us on that. And so we want to make clear that over time, as we've interpreted the code, that if it's not explicitly clear, we're going to try to make it explicitly clear as best we can. There was a little bit of change on line 124052 in relationship to accessory structures when they're in front of a principal structure. We do have that occurring more often, and right now it has to be a variance in most places. So we're trying to avoid having as many variances as we do, because it's something that comes up as a variance quite often. It's common practice and best practice to then reevaluate why that is occurring and then try to fix that problem so you reduce the number of requests for variances. The other parts are just general explanations of, we've had instances where in mixed use districts where it's a lot of record, it could be 25 feet by 135 or 50 by 135, and it's not big enough to do multiple units. But that is a use we would like to try to encourage, especially from an affordability standpoint. So some lots cannot have 3 units or 4 units, which is what we consider multifamily. And so we've provided a provision that some in the mixed use district, you can do a smaller number of units from a density standpoint and allow the lot of record to be developed with residential, whereas other ones it could not, or is encouraging, because we did get some complaints that, and this does make things a little more easy, that our code was overly encouraging of assemblages of property for larger projects to happen. So we've taken some of that away.
What line was that?
Well, it's multiple lines within the mixed use districts.
Mixed use, okay.
On 1281.
Okay,
It's
thank you. That's what I was looking at.
It's happening in other mixed use districts that are where it happens. Let's get to TOD. It's all the same sort of stuff.
It's a lot to absorb, I have to say.
Well, fortunately, a lot of it is the same thing happening multiple times because we have multiple districts that allow mixed use. There's under signage and the cultural arts district overlay. There's a clarification. We don't allow pole signs anywhere in the city in the sign code itself. And so under that overlay district, we have made clarification that makes that consistent.
Where was that? Yeah.
That's on line 1517.
Oh. Got it.
And that was a Scrivener's error, it's backwards, so it's being fixed. We were trying to encourage monument signs versus pole signs, but you can have a sign that sort of resembles a pole if it's attached to a building and becomes part of the architectural flavor of that structure.
Hey.
Excuse
me. Help.
Is that Mr. McVoy?
No. The appointment confirmation.
It's Yannick.
Yannick, hi. Your voice is coming and we're not sure.
I think that was a mistake.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I apologize.
It's pretty easy to throw us off tonight.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
And so then in getting in line, fences, walls, and gates, we clarified what I was talking about earlier about the 18 inches versus 30.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Why are we reducing the setback?
Okay, we have gotten more complaint than I even want to try to enumerate that when you set back the fence 30 inches into the property, some people, there's a lot of them who've interpreted that as a taking of their property. The fence is 30 inches away from the sidewalk. We're reducing it, proposing it here to reducing it to 18. Because there has been a consistency of design aesthetic and pedestrian experience in the city that our fences were set in quite a distance from the sidewalk to encourage landscaping to buffer the sidewalk.
So we're not doing that anymore?
You still have to have landscaping. You will have an 18-inch landscape buffer versus a 30-inch one.
Narrow buffer. That's not much of a buffer.
It's not, but I will speak from experience. Mine is 15 and I get lots of compliments about my fence not being on top of the sidewalk like most of my neighborhood. Now, granted, my neighborhood in Flamingo Park does have a swale that's anywhere from 5 to 8 feet wide, which we don't have.
Which we sure don't have, yeah.
And so we're trying to appease. We've gotten lots of complaints, especially in 2 commissioners' districts about this. And so we brought forward narrowing that to allow them to have 18 more inches, at least 12 inches more use of their property, and having that buffer be only 18, because almost nobody planted a tree in the 30 inches. It's usually a hedge. And so a hedge can easily be accommodated in 18. some more information on the design standards for specific uses as they relate to administrative uses and conditional uses. This begins on line 1574. Again, it mentions and clarifying our types of assisted living, nursing homes, independent senior centers. There are some of the criteria that we do have that we haven't really changed. We just sandwich them all together. There's a distance requirement. For some reason, we didn't want cemeteries or mausoleums too close to an assisted living center. That was a rollover from the old code and
Accessory use.
there were some people that voiced. There were some people that have voiced that was maybe insensitive, so we're removing that. And I can't argue that it isn't a little insensitive. I'd hate to be in an assisted living home center and look out the window and there's the cemetery across the street. So
And I
will make a little segue because it's been kind of heavy. When we moved to town off the farm, my mother bought a house and had a church behind it. The mausoleum, columbarium, funeral home was on the other side, and then there was a cemetery across about the other way. So she told us that it would be very easy for us to take care of her when she got old.
There you go.
Rather,
And quiet neighbors.
we didn't have much in terms of neighbors.
I just have a question about line 15. The fencing 1592, that fencing should not be, we're talking about chain link fencing should not be used in front of the public front building setback line. And it says if chain link fencing is used, it shall be vinyl coated with a shrub hedge or ornamentally.
That's already in our code.
Right, no, but I'm just saying, could it be clear that the reason we're really trying to discourage chain link fences?
We have been for years.
I understand that. There's a couple in my neighborhood that I wish would just fall down because they're horrible. But wouldn't it be better if we just said the shrub should mask it's a little loose about, the shrub should mask, I would think, or cover the chain link fence, because this way you could have a 25-foot or 50-foot chain link fence with 3 little bushes on it. I would like to see a concealing.
Yeah, I think what we would probably add there is at the end where it says in nature on line 1594, and just add the 2 words as screening.
Thank you. Yep. We found a typo. Where?
Line 1645. Permanent standby by generators. You might want to take out by.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
There was something we wanted to do that how the Senate Bill 180 is preventing us to do. We don't. I think it's written now that we don't allow self-fueling or containment generators out like gas or diesel in downtown. We were going to try to broaden that, or we're not allowed to. That makes things more difficult. So anyway, just so you be aware, there was from a fire hazard standpoint, generators that have fuel tanks on them were not encouraged in Lake Worth Beach, and so they're not allowed in the downtown area. We were trying to expand that, but we're not able to right now.
So I don't have a generator. How do you, if you don't?
Natural gas.
Okay, you can, okay.
That's not got a fuel tank.
Right, okay, thank you.
So that it's giving you some understanding why we have all this stuff being removed out of 1600 lines. Again, with the micro units, we mentioned that we want the on-site parking for each unit. To be clear there, and line 1680s of 1711. There's a correction of a typo in 1742. And then a new section, I'm not really new, but I'm now moving to the use permits.
I have a question.
In Exhibit D.
And this is not a change, it's not underlined, but I'm just curious. One on line 1712, one on-site parking space or equivalent for each micro unit. What's an equivalent of a parking space?
We allow 4 bicycles to count as a space. 2 motorcycle spaces could count as a space. a compact space can be an equivalency, but there's a limit on how many of the spaces. Let's say you're required to have 10 parking spaces, only 25% of them can be an alternate or equivalent space. The other 75% of them have to be a regular space. And we can't really change it because that would make it more onerous, which is then trumped by, there's a lot of parking things that we had identified that we would like to bring forward to you that we'll have to wait until October 27 to do. But that is on the to-do list, and hopefully some of us.
I think
will be
the
here by
parking
then.
is really, it's really funny because my sister's street has a lot of people have driveways, so there's really very little on-street parking. My street has very little private parking. So there's plenty of it's a lot of cars. I think we underestimate the amount of cars that people have, even if they don't have a lot of money. There's a lot of pages here that have no changes. They're just.
Those are just clean copies, so you can see how it would read.
Yeah,
when
that's what I
it's
figured. I
finished.
just want to make sure that I was reading it right.
And that is essentially it.
Okay, Mr. Segridge, I'm sorry, I'm right now. Mr. Segridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On page 31, Exhibit K, line 1273, we're crossing out single family. Does that inadvertently make it more restrictive? I understand that pretty much everywhere else it's only dealing with multifamily.
There's another part of the code that doesn't allow the single family within this district, so we're clarifying that, and making sure.
So it's a clarification. Okay. Then right before that on Exhibit G, and this is a little bit more general. So with site plans and so on, do we establish a timeline for review, or could they go on forever?
Under Florida statute, the city has 180 days to render a decision on an entitlement. The clock starts once an application is deemed complete. And it runs until we give comments back to the applicant in terms of what is deficient, in terms of their completeness, if there's something that they need to address. The clock stops, and then it's on the developer, investor, person wanting the entitlement. They can take as long as they want, though we do have a provision that a entitlement application, I think, goes dead after 180 days. It's 180, maybe it's a year. And so the quicker you respond back appropriately to like site plan review team comments, because you can have a complete application, but it could be inconsistent with code. And so one of the biggest issues that we do have in the city, and as an example, I was in a meeting yesterday, a person submitted a building permit in January. We gave comments back in February. They did not respond to them until the middle of April. We got comments back within 3 weeks. They submitted something back toward the end of June. They just resubmitted their permit to address the issues from June yesterday or the day before. Yet they're complaining they don't have a building permit yet.
Right.
And I'm like, well, until you actually meet the building code and the zoning code, you cannot get a building permit. And so it's on them, is that we've gotten, because we had their statutory requirements on how much time we had to review the building permit and get comments in. And that it's gotten smaller and smaller and smaller. Over the years, it's now, I think it's 30 days for single family residential, and it's 60 for commercial, but there's also a caveat that if you have a private provider reviewing the permits and they provide you what their statements are, we have almost no time to respond back. And if we don't respond back in that timely manner, then the building permit can be issued automatically. And so we're very diligent about trying to get the comments, though addressing the comments seems to be a real challenge for a lot of our building permit applicants. So to go back to your question about entitlements, there's 180 days. Our process is set up that if you timely respond to things, like within a couple of weeks of giving comments, you can get your entitlement done, even if it's the most complicated one in the country, within the 180 calendar days, irrespective of how long the applicant is taking to get things back. So as the one that I think was the longest we've had of late was Deco Green, where there was a negotiation at the dais. When they got to hearing, it was decided, oh, we're going to take a floor off the building. They redesigned it. That one did exceed the 180 days, but the time frame was on them, and they did take about 2.5 months. I think it was about before we came back, and so we have not exceeded that 180 days since I've been here.
So that timeline kicks in once the application is complete. And I know with the third party or private permitting, once that is submitted, we have a very tight timeline to get back to them, and we only get one bite of that apple, right? We have to get back to them with a complete list of these are all your deficiencies that you need to
Yes.
correct.
It doesn't mean that they will not, we don't have enough bite of the apple, because oftentimes what is submitted to address the deficiencies are deficient.
Okay. So one of the comments, that we hear is kind of in some of these processes, it's a death by 1,000 cuts. They put their application in, and then they get, hey, we need these 5 things. And they get them those 5 things, and we need these 5 more. And then so on and so on. And it's understandable that some of them are related, where they've sent you stuff and then it's like, oh, well, you need this. But as far as the application completeness, is there a way that we can kind of, address these are all of your deficiencies that you have in your application, whether or not what they've sent you is against code and there has to go back and forth with that, but actually getting to the point of you have a complete application. Been getting a lot of feedback that it's onesie twosies, and in between each, it's weeks at a time.
Well, there's a letter that we do for entitlements that is a completeness letter on your initial application that goes in specifically, and some of them are pages and pages and pages long, that explain what is deficient from your application. Oftentimes what is resubmitted either may change the scope of the application, which then may create contradictions within what we had submitted originally. And more often than not, the request for what we were reviewing isn't overly clear. We have a lot of creative uses that don't really fit anywhere, and we spend a lot of time getting information, and eventually, I think the example you're familiar with is the one with the conditional use and the live entertainment. It was going to be a bar. The way it came in, it was going to be evaluated as a bar. It got to me, and this is again getting back to institutional knowledge. And I said, wait a minute, there's no way, and some of my staff are fairly green, so there's no way this person's going to go and buy a bar license. Something's not right here. And then we did some more digging, come to find out, oh, we are going to be a restaurant with a bar and live entertainment. But it took us a while to get to that point, because not every application comes through my desk, and I don't really, unfortunately, have time to review several thousand applications every year. On the building permit side, depending on, we are not in a capacity to serve as your quality control. The architect, or whoever's your design of record, and I've done this for now 18 years plus, should be your quality control entity. More often than not, somebody will submit some plans, and let's say they are deficient on their mechanical systems. The mechanical plan gets revised, it comes in, and it's in conflict with the structural system. People get frustrated. Again, and I'm pleading with the public, my staff is not the quality control entity, but we try to do our best, because you never want to be building a building and find out, oh, that main duct for that HVAC is going through a tie beam, as an example, because I've been on a project where that happened. Well, then you're spending tens of thousands of dollars to revise, because we had this happen actually with the Holiday Inn, Wyndham Hotel, whatever it's going to be over on Boutwell Road and 10th, is that they were supposed to have a exhaust duct chase going through the building. However, their Epicor system, which is a structural system made out of concrete, did not provide a mechanism for that to go through the floor. So they had to redesign the Epicor system, cut it out, and reinforce it so that ductwork will. It would have been great if my people could have caught it, but that isn't our responsibility. That's the architects. And so we do struggle with conflicts between the various disciplines, because most building permits are going to hit at least 5 areas, if not more. And that does take time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brad. Okay, well, thank you very much Well, yeah, it's a lot.
I'm
but-
sorry to be long-winded.
No, you're not long-winded. You know, I was like, could we have sometimes, and like, we have it on this agenda, like, if we could get it like earlier before we put it on the agenda, so we can have a little time to ask those questions one more time. But thank you for the explanations. You live with this stuff. You guys have been working on this for a long time. We see it and we go, oh, it's interesting. Well, yeah, we do our best to understand it.
I will say that this, I want to commend our planning and zoning preservation staff. They've spent a lot of time trying to address issues that you've raised over the dais over the past year, as well as things that have come up more often than I would like with the public. Sadly, we can't bring forward all of them, and we'll be bringing forward some more clarification, especially with that landscape maintenance company and some other ones that we've been struggling with as of late. Because we have a issue now with murals. You'll be seeing that soon because we have our mural definition is not quite in line with what people are equating a mural to be. So you may see some discussion from our Planning and Zoning Preservation Board because we had an interesting one submitted, and I think we're going to have to approve it. I wouldn't call it a mural, but they're calling it a mural, but under our code it's not. So it's pretty.
So, that's good. Yeah, and at some point, I've mentioned this to you, I would like to take a look. The world of work has changed, and I would like to take a look. So many, professionals are working remotely. I would like to take a look at some of the use issues about small, like home occupations. There's a prohibition against an employee, and I'd like to take a look at that because I think at this day and age, and if we're, I don't know why the reason was made years ago, but maybe it was impact on the neighborhood. But I would just like to take, if I can have some consensus, just for the staff or whoever, to take a little look at that use category about loosening that up a little bit because quite a few people are now working from home. It's a little bit different. Okay, I have one card. Madam Clerk, do you have any cards?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we have one card, David Sims.
David Sims, 715 North L Street. Yes, I understand that it's necessary for reforms and adjustments and maintenance and housekeeping for the LDRs to address many issues that come up over time, issues that have to make to address things to make sure there's fairness for tenants, property owners, residents. Like if you're a resident, you want to make a building adjustment, you want to do some modification in your home, you have an accessory dwelling unit. There may be issues in the LDRs that exclude you or aren't fair. And so there are necessary adjustments. There are a lot of reasons why there aren't real necessary adjustments. But I have some concerns that deep in all these small adjustments and reforms, they're just pages and pages and lines and lots of little details that in these details are little things that are going to be snuck through to make it easy for certain developments, large developments, make things that aren't permissible now permissible, to enable some sort of a development, to make something that's maybe not appropriate for the city. And I have a concern that in these seemingly, and there are legitimate and well-meaning things in here, these seemingly, necessary adjustments, that other things will be snuck through.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Nope.
The motion was just for discussion.
Okay, so let's make a motion then to.
So I would like to make a motion to approve with the amendment that either in this or at a future time, they put a definition for pervious material.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. McBoy, are you voting?
I was trying to raise my hand. I have no idea whether it is raised or
It is not.
On mine, it says I should now lower my hand, so I assume that means it is raised, but I can't see that either. the internet connection is not great here. I would just like to comment, if I might, and my comment was very similar to some of the ones the mayor had and that Mr. Sims just raised. This was a lot of stuff, and I would feel better if there was some independent way for somebody to review it and make sure that it all makes as much sense as it sounds like it does. And it's just a certain level of dis-ease or unease, and I don't know what to do with it, so I will vote aye on it.
Aye, okay. Passes
Four,
for,
nothing.
Real quick, nothing in here made any large development easier.
No,
I can tell you that.
it seemed very minor.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, ordinance number 25-08, second reading. Please read by title.
This is ordinance 2025-08, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 23 land development regulations, article 5 supplemental regulations, section 23.5-1 signs, paragraph D8 related to signs on streets, and providing for severability, complex codification, and an effective date.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any public comment? Nope. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
I don't, but I see Commissioner McVoy's hand is raised.
Okay, Mr. McVoy.
I just wanted to make sure that my vote was registered as an aye, because I heard
was.
an
was.
accounting of 4 something, and I
Well,
wondered.
Miss Sarah is no longer with us. I mean, in the meeting,
Goodness,
no longer
I
in the
hope
meeting.
she is. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
And
thank
I
you.
hope she's fine.
Yeah. So we have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
I will say we're being very maudlin tonight.
It's.
We are.
Yes.
The witches are getting ready.
Public hearings.
Okay, next one up is ordinance number 25-11. Please read by title.
Ordinance 2025-11, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 19, streets and sidewalks, article 1, general, sections 19-3, abandonment of right of way, authorized, 19-4, procedure for abandonment, and 19-5, vesting of abandoned right of way in adjacent properties, to amend the requirements and procedures for abandonment. Article 2, utilities in the rights of way, to provide for undergrounding of utilities concurrent with city projects. And Article 3, revocable permits, to amend the requirements and procedures for revocable permits and providing for severability, complex codification, and effective date, and for other purposes.
Thank you very much. Any motion?
Motion to approve.
Any?
Second.
Okay, I have a question, or no, I don't I have a comment, not a question. We have part of this is, where is it? Waterways that they won't be considered if it ends in water, correct? I think we need to take a look at, there are, I believe, quite a few instances in the city where people have, without any ill will, sort of taken over things as private property. There's one specifically that I noticed. I think it's 14th Avenue South. It's a beautiful walkway, narrow little sidewalk, but at the end it says private property, no trespassing. A gate is up. And I think it behooves us, if we're being restrictive, let's be restrictive. Ms. May.
We have that in College Park as well.
Yeah.
At the end of, I believe, Notre Dame, where you're supposed to be able to get to the canal to be able to see it, but it's not welcoming in any way.
Yeah. So I would just like, because you have nothing else to do, staff, to take a look at where this is. And it's not just water. There's quite a few places I think that people are just sort of quietly taken over. Mr. Segridge.
Related to that, I think when we last discussed this, we asked for a list of all of the revocable permits and their expirations,
Right.
To take a look at.
Yeah.
And so that would be really important for us to have, because that's directly related.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Thank you.
My add on that is that when I first got here and Susan Stanton was our city manager, she did revoke quite a number of revocable permits that were along where there was access to water. However, there was never any follow-up to my knowledge that those that were revoked had the private property and the property back in the condition that it was before the revocable permit was issued. And so we might have to have the city clerks help us find what was revoked but wasn't followed through on.
Yeah. Yeesh, talk about your institutional knowledge,
There are
right?
8 of them, 7 or 8. And it's an unfortunate situation in some cases because there will be people unhappy on both sides of the fence.
Literally.
You'll do it.
I was say if we can get that information too.
Yeah,
that would be
yeah.
Great.
Okay, great. All right, so, do we have a motion? and a
Yes.
second? All in favor?
Aye.
Whoa. Thank you.
What, you guys are fast.
Did you want to say something?
I would love
Well,
to
sure
say
you had.
something. Thank you. On this ordinance, several of you forwarded to me a communication from AT&T regarding
Right.
changes to a portion of this
I
ordinance.
did.
So I have spoken with them and I told them that I would recommend to you all that if you would consider adopting basically this ordinance, but without section 3, which covers article 3 of the chapter, which is utilities in the rights of way, which is line 109 through 847.
What?
That is the portion that they are concerned with. They have some concerns they wanted to talk through. I don't think they are things that we can't work through, but I'd be happy to give them the time to do that. That portion of this ordinance is
Do we want to just postpone the second reading of this? Or is it going to change it so dramatically that we have to redo it?
Well, she's saying cross it out
proposed
tonight.
is to take that portion out and adopt the rest, and then we can bring that back as a separate ordinance at a later time.
That way the right of ways, everything are addressed tonight, but anything utility related. And again, we went through that correspondence. Some of that, as we discussed, is more of their position, more so than anything else, but
Okay.
probably pertinent for us to just address that. And
So,
she's already spoken.
all right,
the
so I'll
record-
make a motion to amend the ordinance to not include lines, what is it, 109 to 8?
No, 112.
No,
109
109 to
847.
847
Section
and approve the rest of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so. do I have a
Because
second?
it was my original
Right.
motion,
do
so I
do
can
we have a
amend it.
second, Mr. Segridge?
Second.
Do you have your light on? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. very
Aye.
much. Thank you, Mr. McCoy. All right, moving right along.
Unfinished business.
Unfinished business. A, contract with Cooper Construction Management and Consulting for renovations of 1900 Second Avenue North with the Community Sustainability Department. We've discussed this a number of times, I think. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, do you have any comment cards, Madam Clerk?
I do not.
Thank you. Okay, so, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. My staff is gonna have a huge party tomorrow in the customer service area.
As long as we get invited.
You were invited.
It's
will
their
definitely
cake
have a-
especially.
I will make cake. For sure. And we will have a groundbreaking at some point. I will, and I was running late because I got caught in traffic. Did we pull the B?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll bring that back to you. We really can't get started on this project until we get someplace to put my staff so they can move out, but hopefully that will be resolved in the next week or so. But many of my staff have been waiting almost a decade for this to happen, so I really, really, really appreciate your approving it.
Yeah, and I just want to say, we get comments from the public, pros and cons. I consistently get positive comments about Ashley and Tiffany up there, that how helpful they are, how efficient they are. I've never heard a negative comment about those.
In reference to one of your discussions earlier, those are 2 employees who were here with the city when I arrived.
Yep.
Actually, the only employee I have who was here when I arrived 15 years ago, and Tiffany came on board as a cashier and then moved over to our department about 9 months later. So they are my institutional people.
Yeah.
And the community really does appreciate people that have been around, they recognize their face and they know their name.
Yeah.
My staff knows their name.
Unfortunately, we have had a tremendous amount of turnover, not only in my department, but across the city.
Yeah.
And so having an ability to keep them on is much appreciated by a lot of people.
And Ashley is a legacy
Yes.
employee. Her parents both worked for the city for many years.
Wow,
Um,
cool.
so we pulled B. So we're on C. I'm sorry. Are we gonna what? We're almost there.
Bro, what are you talking about? We have all that stuff to go.
All right, we're gonna take a comfort break.
Thank you.
William, can you unmute that computer, please?
What computer?
Oh, okay, we're good. Madam Mayor, it is 9:02 and we have reconvened.
Oh, good. Okay, here we go. Where are we? Oh, good. We did, okay, so C, unfinished business C. Presentation and discussion regarding the K Street parking garage, conceptual design options and city commission direction on next step. We're getting a presentation. Oh, hi. Welcome, Mr. Whitfield.
Good evening.
It's in that Zoom window.
Here
it comes. Thank you. We love to tour for staff. We were a good part of it. Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Good evening. I'd like to present some updated information and
it's off.
Still seems like there's an echo. Some updated information and just kind of recap. Sorry, Brent Whitfield with Chinmore & Associates, working on behalf of the city with respect to the South K Street Garage, 133 Duke Drive. So just to give kind of an outline of what we're going to go over today, I wanted to first start off with kind of some background again, just kind of recapping our goals and constraints that were provided to the design team and also were stitched into the parking agreement, and then go through some options. And I tried to put together kind of a little decision support flow chart towards the end so we could kind of see how this all comes together. So high level guidelines. I know last time I presented, I kind of didn't include the details of this, and so I just wanted to get back into it again. The one thing I think we need to consider, is really how many spaces does the parking garage need? And that's obviously going to be a floor. I don't know what I'm... Is that better? That is better. Yeah. Okay. So, so with the proposed WMOTA development and the proposed parking garage, there is 119 spaces that are currently available in the inventory that will be no longer available. So at a minimum, 119 places there are to park now need to be replaced. Then WMOTA with the development agreement is paying for 50 spaces in lieu of providing those spaces. A note here, per the square footage of the proposed museum, there's only 45 that are required, but in the agreement, they're paying for 50 spaces. And so theoretically, you have the 119 current inventory that's no longer available, and you have a potential for 50 more spaces that would be new demand generated by the museum. And then there is 36 spaces on the property that the WMOTA residential component development is going that land was purchased with penny sales tax money, and those spaces are obligated to be provided as part of any kind of development program on the property. So if you kind of total all those up, there's 205 spaces. That's the floor of what you need for a parking garage. Now, when we gave the direction to the design team, we were really targeting 250 spaces, and that was really to say That gives us everything we've just discussed as far as inventory that's on the ground now that's going away, demand that's being added with the WMOTA Museum, obligations, and then additional spaces to cover growth. Now, I wanted to zoom out and talk about an additional guideline, which is zoning considerations. So between the presentations that we had before and this meeting, we kind of dove a little farther into the pool here with respect to what the requirements are from the zoning and worked with William on this. And really, there's kind of two different avenues for development like this. A planned development, which is a mixed use has a mixed use component, which means that it is the garage and some type of office use, which could be the relocated building or some other version of an office, or a garage and some type of park facility. So that planned development is that mixed use component, and that process allows kind of what we had been discussing, which is not requiring variances or exceptions from the HRPB, puts the waivers in the hands of the commission, and then gives some other kind of advantages with respect to height and setbacks and step backs and footprint, lot coverage, and so on. So it's kind of the advantageous option with respect to developing the parcel with the parking garage. One of the reasons I wanted to bring this up is because a version of an option that we brought in the earlier meeting, I think it was in August, showed a single-use development. And the single-use development, as noted by William, requires different pathway for approval that would require variances and exceptions from the Historic Resources Preservation Board, doesn't allow the commission to act with waivers instead. And then you have different requirements with respect to setbacks and stepbacks, height, lot coverage, and impervious coverage. So if you look at these two, the planned development path is kind of the one that has been indicated in previous meetings as the path that would be preferred. So that pathway requires a mixed use component. So what we talked about with all those was, and is stitched into the parking agreement, is a relocation of the historic structures. We've talked about potentially not relocating them, demolishing them and using the funds for the parking garage. We've talked about relocating them to South M Street, and we've also talked about potentially relocating them to another location. Since our last meeting, it was brought to the design team as a concept to look at a different option for relocation. Now, again, what I'm trying to do with this background is set up the kind of the guardrails or the kind of focus points of the decision with respect to the garage. So we have how many spots do we need? What kind of pathway do we want to follow, which is likely mixed use? And what are the considerations of the relocation of the structures? So the first option, which was what we brought in our first meeting, was relocating 17 South M to K Street. Right now, the agreement with the developer has $500,000 budgeted for relocation, and the city, as Yannick has described before, has $660,000 for restoration, basically outfitting the building once it's set there to be used. That was one of the things that we had discussed. Something that, and actually this is a out-of-date slide. I'm sorry, I sent a revision. That second bullet, I made a mistake with that address. But there was potential for a negotiation with the current landowner of 21 South Federal. And again, my mistake on that address, it should be updated. But the idea that was presented for that was, well, we have an option where we could relocate it a shorter distance, put it in a different location, and then maybe the mixed use is arrived at the parking structure with a park instead of a 17 South M relocation or some other version of an office. And so I wanted to talk about this tonight because this is a version of a relocation that hadn't been discussed before, but was kind of presented to the design team in the last month. Anyway, the last guideline, and I think obviously an important one to discuss, is the budget. So in the comprehensive parking agreement that was approved in April, there was this breakdown of costs from the city, the CRA, and the developer. Developer $1 million contribution and a $3.5 million loan to the city that totals up to $8.5 million. So the design team was given a target of preparing plans for a garage that would be under $8.5 million. Notably, in addition to that $8.5 million was the relocation costs that we discussed before. So what we had talked about in previous meetings was you have the $8.5 million for the garage, but there's actually, close to $9.6 million that has been allocated to related activities if you consider the relocation of the structure and the retrofit of the structure when it's relocated. So if you wanted to go the path of using the money on relocation, the budgeted money in the agreement is $8.5 million. If you wanted to not go that path of relocation and demolish the buildings, which has some elements as noted here in the notes below, then you could have a budget for the construction of the parking garage at around 9.6 million. So those notes, I just wanted to point out when I circled the PowerPoint around, the demolition requires some due diligence. That was a stipulation of the HRPB approval of, I think it was the WMOTA project. There's also, if that relocation budget is reallocated, then there's the consideration of where leisure services staff will be, and that'll have to be determined in future budgets. And then any kind of alternate locations like what I talked about on Federal Highway, there's some more due diligence. So likely because it's a shorter distance, it's less expensive, but we need to do some homework on that. So the reason I went through all these is kind of to reset the table with what we have with respect to the buildings. So, or the development of the garage. So really, if we're going mixed use, the mixed use version requires the smaller footprint, which means that down there at the southern portion of the parcel, we have either the relocated building, which is shown on this graphic because that's the graphic we had prepared in the original plan, or a different version of that, which would have a park or some other alternative mixed use option. So that footprint, if we're looking at 4 levels, 4.5 levels, or 5 levels, would be 8.9 million, 9.7 million, or close to $11 million, and would provide those different, where it says inventory, either 230 spots, 259 spots, or almost 300 spots. And the reason some of these numbers are kind of variable with respect to the cost from some of the things that we'd seen is because I'm trying to put it all together in one place. All of them include assumption that we have 2 elevators in all of those options, not just one, that we have a nice exterior to it with paint and the framing, and there's a contingency of 5% built in. I think various things could be done to try to value engineer if we're doing any of these options to try to find a more affordable version of the exterior. Maybe the contingency doesn't need to be 5%, but I think in broad brush strokes, we want to look at those kind of dollar amounts. We're not going to be able to value engineer the 9.7 down to 8.5, but we could likely get the 9.7 down into the range of what you have budgeted if you're demolishing the structures and reallocating that budget. The 8.9, maybe we can find a way to get that to 8.5 if we look at options with the aluminum framing and we just do a mural instead of that kind of stuff. So, some of these are flexible, but broad brush strokes, the 4 level, it would seem that could be afforded within the budget without, taking all the relocation off the table. The 4.5 level, you'd have to commit to finding that money by not relocating the structures, and the 5 level, you'd have to commit to some alternative version outside of the kind of conception of what the budget and funding was in the agreement. And so these green and red lines kind of identify that. for your reference, the guidelines I did before, which was the parking inventory, the zoning considerations, the relocation of structures, and the budget. All the options are more than the 205 spaces you need. All of these options have a mixed use component, so they allow you to do the waivers and not go through HRPV variances. All of these options have space to accommodate the structural relocation if that was the preference. And then option one is, something I think we can get to in the $8.5 million budget. Theoretically, we can work on. Option two and option three would either be reallocate the funds or find some other loan or other money source. What I wanted to talk about too, I've come and presented this larger footprint, more efficient garage is kind of why in looking at it, it's not as in compliance with the design guidelines that we laid out in the original or in the background. So of course it has the parking inventory. All of these options with the larger footprint are either 280, roughly 350 or 360, it's 346, 363 spaces, but all of them would require us to go forward with a single use zoning, which means that you would need to go through all the HRPB, or really you have to change the land development regulations because of this doesn't follow the setbacks that would be required of single use and all those things. Obviously, because it fills the full lot, it doesn't accommodate the relocation of the structure. And then really all of them are over budget unless the 4-level version, if you were reallocating the funds. And also, and William, I think pointed this out, the LDR piece isn't just the approvals. There's a lot coverage with respect to the development that's also exceeded in this plan. So I tried to make this kind of flow chart for the 4-level and the 4.5 level because those were the ones that are kind of aligned with budget. So for the 4-level, you can relocate 17M. You can either do exterior or no exterior improvements, and you could get to under budget or over budget that you work through with value engineering. The 4.5 level, you could meet the budget if you have, say, a passive park with no relocation, but then you don't end up with a city office for leisure services. So that's something to look at. The 4.5 level with the relocation, you're going to be over budget and you would need additional funding source. And the 5 level I didn't show here because that's kind of all the versions exceed the budget that we had in the agreement. So what I'd like to do, I forget, so our next steps is basically get some direction tonight on your thoughts with respect to kind of the footprint, mixed use element, the number of levels. And what I want to do is take let's say it's 4 levels or 4.5, whichever 5, if that was the choice, and sit down with William and Bruno and just fine tune some of these things, because I know William had noted if we're gonna potentially go in a park direction or something else, he wanted to revisit some of the setbacks that we have shown now that at the current direction with fire, saying that they need a fire lane to access the structure on K Street. William had some thoughts about the way we should be doing the setback, and we just want to dial that all in so that, I think putting everything on the table, we want to get enough feedback that we can make sure we know exactly the number of spaces. If we're, what our cost estimate is on that, maybe we can look at different exterior paint options, things like that, and come back with here is the 4-level or 4.5 level or 5-level garage, and here's how we're going to meet the mixed use piece. The element of the relocation, I think that's likely maybe more than could be decided tonight, but if we know more or less the footprint and the height of the garage, we can come back to you with something that is here's a dialed in plan with a cost estimate. and we can work through the detailed design from there.
Thank you. I'm sure we all have some questions. I have a couple. I'll just lead off with a couple questions. So the 4.5 level mixed use, the mixed use is actually a park, is a green space, is actually a city. We would create a city park where there is none now, correct?
Correct.
It would also require less variances, all that stuff, right? Okay. When you say the 205, I think it's 205 is the minimum. Does that
So at the parking inventory, so 205 was this calculation here.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Okay,
Yes.
so part of that is inventory demand for the Wilmota, correct? 50 spaces
Correct.
per se. Okay, those would be used not during, I mean, we, generally speaking, our downtown is more active at night.
Mhm.
The Wilmota, I don't think would be open that many
Correct.
nights. So
Yeah, that's
although
a
it looks
fair
like it's not that much of a gain, when I thought about it a different way, I'm like, really, that does give us 50 extra spots that we generally wouldn't need. Okay.
This 205 is 86 more spots than are currently downtown. And like you said, I think the alignment of the usage,
Right.
a museum versus, Elo's and whatever is.
Yeah,
is,
exactly. A play when people come. And the move, I think it's brilliant if we can move 17 South M to Federal Highway. My question is, how is that to answer my question? Oh, okay. My question is how's that going with the owner? How are the negotiations going with you? And I'm looking at, yes, I am looking at you, Ms. Oliva. That's why you stayed here all night for that. Yeah. I can't let you just sit back there and not say anything. You need to turn on your mic. There you go.
Hi, Joan Oliva, CRA Director. It was very unofficial, the conversation I had with the owner of that property, but he is definitely willing to entertain something.
Okay. So there would be some exchange of something. There would be a deal that, which, I mean,
Yes,
we don't expect them just to say, sure, you can have my property.
correct.
Okay. And at some point you would, because it's all contingent really on that. I mean, what I'm thinking, my feeling is go with the mixed use, but it's dependent on whether we can move 17 South M or not, correct? How long do you think it would take to get to a written signed agreement with the owner of that property to do that? And I guess we'd have to look at what he's asking for in exchange.
Correct. Well, we could work really fast. I don't know how fast the property owner is going to work.
Estimate of time.
I mean, I think we could get it done within 30 days.
Okay. And that would come back for approval to us about what we're
Yes.
giving you in exchange.
Mhm.
All right. That's my first questions. I think, Mr. Segridge?
Thank you, Mayor. So in the smaller footprint, what is the setback off of First Avenue there?
If we move and do not put 17 South M there, the required build-to line would be 22 feet from the property line at First Avenue South. Now, there could be potentially a waiver that would allow that 22 feet to move back a little bit, but it's a waiver that would be a little more difficult to articulate and argue for, since we've the 22-foot build-to line is the greatest setback from the property line that we allow for a building that's over 3 stories.
Okay. And at 22 feet, 190 feet of garage length is the maximum length to 22 feet?
70% of the lot area can be covered with the building footprint, which is about 190 feet, which leaves us anywhere from 27 to 30 feet on the north end along the alley that can be used for something like more green space, additional area to extend the arts alley. It might be some other intermittent uses along there that could happen from time to time. As we've discussed, having pop-up shops, art displays, food trucks or something along the K Street elevation.
I have a feeling the alley that we're talking about, the alley, which is the arts outside, that's still going to be available for city
Yes.
use. Right.
Mhm. It's required to be, because it is access for some refuse. There's parking off some people's property
Just wanna
there.
make sure that was, yeah. Oh, okay, great. Okay.
Mayor, Commissioner McVoy's hand's been up for a while.
Oh, we can't see it. Okay, Mr. McBoy? Mr. McVoy? Calling once. Mr. McVoy?
I think I'm unmuted. Sorry,
Okay.
the city clerk had to unmute me when she did. Thank you for catching that. Couple things. It seems clear to me that we do want to go separate from my views about building the garage at all, but within these various options, definitely not in favor of the options that involve changing the LDRs. I'm sort of hearing that other people seem to be on similar wavelength. So that would mean we'd be going to the planned unit development, to the smaller footprint. I would say that and I'm certainly, if we're moving forward with the thing, that's where I would be. No changing the LDRs and unintended consequences that might come with making those changes. I also want to be on record clearly as I'm not in favor of demolishing the 17 South M. I have some concern that we are doing a bit of a planning sleight of hand to call this thing a planned unit development by saying, we're going to make a park there. It's not really much of a park to put something, a little 22-foot, that's smaller than a lot of people's living rooms, right next to a parking garage. I think if we were really serious about wanting to do a park, we could probably do better than that. But I hear that that's what gets us in the door as a planned unit development. I don't think we should go above the budget that was agreed upon way back October, I want to say 7 in 2024, which was 8.5 million. I don't think we should go above that. That's pretty expensive already. Okay, there you go.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brown, you've had your light on for quite some time.
Yeah, just real quick. So following up on what Brent threw out there. So what would be nice to get tonight, because we got to a point, obviously you guys have given us some additional time to bring stuff back. We got to a point where we needed some additional input from all of you. I think first and foremost, it would be nice to get some direction as far as if there's consensus that you guys definitely do not want to deal with variants and everything, which I think is what I'm hearing. We can kind of close off that fork in the road, and we're now looking at mixed use. So that gives us some input as we can get further now. As far as mixed use, William, exactly what size was the park, the minimum size of the park? You didn't mention that.
Based on the build to line and where we need the access to the garage, based on the direction that was provided several meetings ago off of First Avenue South to the garage, that park area could be the same size as the depth for 17 South End, which is 85 feet. So the park would be at a minimum 85 by 22. I do believe the Historic Preservation Board could support a waiver to set the garage back a little farther from First Avenue. So that park could get, commensurately bigger. What that number would be, we need to work together. Bruno, Brent, and I. So I do want to encourage that we allow some breathing room at the north end along the arts alley, so we can have a little more activity up there. So the park, the minimum would be 22 by 85.
And the other thing I was going to mention is if we're moving that direction for a mixed use development, planned development. Park one option, there are multiple things that could make this a mixed use thing. Obviously, from a financial standpoint, a park would be the best option financially. Looking at office space, if that were to be like a remote PBSO office, or we had our parking division working out of kind of like a remote office there as well, that cost is going to increase substantially, because now you're looking at HVAC and some other systems that you typically would not have to deal with in a garage. So just wanted to throw that out there as you guys kind of have these conversations. So we're just trying to kind of get a little bit further down the path so we know how to really tailor this in and start coming up with some better options.
Thank you, Ms. May.
Thank you. So I agree that we should take the larger footprint off of the table. I don't know if 28 extra spaces is another $800,000. It just seems not. I mean, if I was going to put that in my home budget, I don't think that would be the smartest decision to make. So I would be more in favor of the 4 levels. The other question I have about the park, and I love the idea of the park, and I think that we've even had suggestions that we do it, in honor of what's her name, Fanny James. We do some, some sort of something in honor of our founders, so something historical. That would be really cool. But my question is, and don't bite my head off. At some point later on, if let's say PBSO wanted to build their own substation there, could we swap the mixed use second portion for something else 20 years from now? Or is it, this is what you pick now, this is what you have for perpetuity?
The chance of the opportunity to change the use is not out of the question. However, there are some stipulations in your charter and some other aspects when something becomes a park.
Oh, yeah. It's not that I want to change it. I'm asking
however, and depending on how big the park gets, say the park were a little bit bigger than the 22 by 85, a essential service such as a PBSO little substation would be an appropriate accessory use, going back to our LDR discussions, in a park.
Right. Oh, true.
So
I mean, that's 1,870 square feet.
But if we do sell it to the community that we're going to have a commemorative park to Fanny James and something, I don't want to be here if we try to get rid of the park.
I don't want to be here either. I'm just asking about the I'm not saying that I want to do it.
But I think that we can create a park through some creative planning and design that would have a footprint possibly available, that you could add a police substation in the Fanny James Jewell Memorial Park.
Okay. So and I'm not, don't go off on Facebook and say Mimi wants to kill the park. I don't. I want the park. But my other question is now I lost my train of thought. Oh, so if we put the park, then we would need to move the 17 South M. Now, I have been against moving that the entire time. I mean, I'm willing to compromise because that's what we do. I think it's a lot of money to move a building, but it also is historical, and we heard from the residents, and they are pretty adamant that we do that, and that's why I'm here to represent them. So if we move that to the 21, would leisure services then be there? And then we wouldn't have to find a home for them?
I think that's part of a completely different conversation, because now it would just be a matter of, are we looking to move it or not? That could be leisure's home still. That could be a future location for a museum, the city's museum. That could be a lot of different things, but the use there, I think, is a secondary conversation to whether we would like to actually relocate it to that.
Okay, and then would we own that land? We do something to end up owning that land? Because we don't want to rent the land.
We would need to own the land.
We would own it, and I've heard several options that we might go through. Okay. So so that's where my brain is on this. I think we should do the four levels. We should do the park, and if we can get the building moved, and I'm not going to vote no on that, but I'm done. Thank you.
Question following up. The 231 would includes the 50 for WMOTA, which are not going to be used all the time.
Correct.
Okay, I just make just, yeah, okay. Mr. Segridge.
Thank you. So in our parking studies, both of them said we needed 150 spaces. That was our need. Those parking studies, how much of additional parking need growth did they take into account? For example, we have, one was done in 2018 before WMOTA was even imagined, and it said we needed 150. WMOTA comes in and says, we are going to add the need for 50 extra spaces. So in my mind, I was like, okay, well, now we need 200, right? But I was made aware in kind of looking at the parking studies that they took into account a certain amount of growth of residential properties. How much growth? Because the WMOTA is adding 110 units, which is 50 units of space. Hypothetically, we could get another residential development in the area right near there, and that might add another 100 or 200 units, which could create 50, 100, 150 more parking spaces of need. So how much of that 50 was really imagined in that 150 number? Was it all, some? What is our real need number?
So what was discussed in the parking study was really growth with respect to on the commercial corridor, if the empty storefronts were maximized. I think residential units, just like what WMOTA is proposing, often include their parking in that development. So I think what you see in the parking study was growth based on expansion inside the existing corridor. There's a lot of, as we all know, storefronts that aren't rented out, future restaurants that aren't built out. And so the growth that was built into that inventory meeting demand was related to commercial.
Okay, so it's fair to say, and it might not be exactly accurate, with the coming of WMOTA's residences and them paying in lieu of developing 50 spaces, there's realistically, according to the code, there's 45 new spaces of need. So our now need for the downtown area, that area is 195.
Correct. So we had, again, let me go back to that slide. There's 119 that are currently there that would be taken out of inventory, and there's 45 that we're showing 50 because they paid 50, 45 that are being added to that. So that's 164 164 spots that are either there that we're replacing or would be demanded by WMOTA with the calculation of the square footage. And then the 205 number is the additional 336 spaces that are associated with kind of how the penny sales tax arrangement was stitched together. So, I think if you look at the parking studies, they look at it from a couple different angles, and they look at different ideas for parking management and really level of service. So, what are you seeing when you're having a peak hour on a weekend and all those things? And so in a lot of cases, they projected numbers that were, at full growth on a Saturday night, you need, I don't remember off the top of my head, but more spaces. That's why they recommended a 4-story parking garage at this location with 250 spaces. But when you kind of pare back and say, well, what do we have budget for? What are we required to provide? What matches what we have? That's where I wanted to provide this slide, which is the floor. 205 is the floor. 250 was the target. And then where does that align with our budget that we have available?
So understanding that, looking at our 3 viable options, right? The smallest one the smallest one's going to net us 67 spaces towards our goal of knocking down that 195. The largest is going to knock off a considerable amount, 133 of those spaces. And the reason why I'm looking at that, I had a lot of discussions with residents that had good ideas, alternative ideas, and they were looking at, where can we find this parking elsewhere? Unfortunately, a lot of them, they pointed to private property, and we just can't take their property and force them. Or we as a city would have to buy it, which would make it infinitesimally more expensive than $37,000 a space to build if we have to buy that land and then build upon it and so on. So where I'm looking at essentially the choice of the size of the garage is in our downtown, we as the city, we don't really own a lot more property where we will have the opportunity to create parking. So I'm more of a fan of we have to get as much out of this building as we can within reason. And if you look at the price per space, it's actually the cheapest option to do the largest. It's $37,000 a space. So, you know, to your comment of, I can't see gaining this many spaces for that price. The price per space actually gets cheaper.
Right, it's the Costco concept.
Now, you know, there was a lot of information being put out there in the public, and I feel it's important to address it, of bad math, saying that we're doing an, you know, a $8 million parking garage for netting 26 spaces. The math doesn't work out, right? So it's somewhere between 67 and 133 towards our goal. It's not going to get us all the way there, but we should, in my opinion, you know, that's my argument for saying, why don't we look at the bigger? But there's some other things that were also out there that I think people are asking that we haven't necessarily covered in this presentation. But you guys were nice enough to give us this information. So, you know, one of the questions is, why are these parking studies right? Why do we need more parking in our downtown? Because our city needs to grow. We need revenue. And in order to get revenue, we either build up, build in, or explore P3 options with the beach, the golf course, et cetera. And as we heard in your town hall, some of those options are not so attractive to our populace. One of the options that will help us is to fill in all those blank spots, those grassy spots that we see on that map, with residential or retail. But in our downtown area, that's going to require parking. They're not going to be able to achieve a viable building and build all of the parking spaces needed to support it. So if you look at the land across the street from it by the Wells Fargo, if someone tried to put 200 units there, they would be looking for paying sustainability bonus for parking. So that's one of the major reasons why I see us, you know, besides the downtown filling up, as we add more residential to that area, it's going to be higher density residential. We're going to need more parking. And to me, that answers the question, you know, why do we need this garage? We have 2 studies that say we need it, and we have future projections and realistic projects we can point to that have added the need. The WMOTA added 50 parking spaces to that, and other projects are going to do that. The next question was, well, why the urgency? Why are you guys rushing to do this? And I reject that premise. We've been working on this for a long time. I'm fairly new to it, so I had a lot more questions. But the option is, do it now or do it later. And my immediate question was, well, everyone's so cost conscious. What's the cost of doing it later? And so our finance director was kind enough to put together a spreadsheet for me, and we shared it. The cost of not doing it within this context now, within the context of the WMOTA project and us getting the 3.5 or 4% loan of $4 million is $3.967 million. $4 million. That's what we're going to lose out on, because they're giving us a loan that allows us to pay it back. I believe it's 5 years. If you bring this out to bond, you're talking 20-year time frames, 15-year time frames, where you're not allowed to prepay it. So if we come into a boon, we're still on the hook for that interest. So there's $4 million in savings. So if we want to look at this objectively, we say, nope, we don't want to do it now. We want to wait and spend more time on this. Add $4 million to that price tag. The second half of that is economy of scale with construction crews, equipment, and management. The WMOTA construction team would also be constructing this, and then roughly, I don't have an exact number, but it's about $2.25 million. So here we have roughly $6 million in savings that we are doing by taking this action now. And I just felt that needed to be said, and the math needed to be out there for people to fully understand, what is the need for urgency? Well, we're going to need this. In the next 5 to 10 years, our city is going to need this parking. If we don't do it now, we're going to have to do it later. But doing it now, we save ourselves $6 million, which is 70% of the price tag. So, that answers for me, why should we take action now? In terms of, looking at the smaller footprint and what I think we should do, I'm very much in favor of doing the historic park. I think if we can explore shrinking that northern setback and getting more park space, that would be good. The cost of moving 17 South M, what we know of it, it's near $1 million. That's not going to be including the deal we have to make to get that land. So that cost could be 1.5, 1.8, 2, 2.5. The opponents of the W Motor project like to point to the sale of 2Js as the gold standard for pricing. Well, that lot is half the size of the 2Js lot, roughly. Maybe it's a little bigger. And if we use their logic, that's 1.5 million, 1.7 million, according to them. So, I really, we're going to have to explore that at a later date. But that price tag needs to be added to the price tag of the garage. And, I don't hear, a lot of support for doing the higher priced garage. But when we move that building, then we got a really expensive garage. So the last piece of that is, why do we have to do mixed use? And, we have to do mixed use to get the bonuses and so on. But there's also a deficiency in our LDRs where we haven't defined single use plan development. And that's where this comes into play. And we haven't had a need for it. And I don't think this has to be that, because I really think the park with this satisfies a number of goals that I had, was making this more of a green space, making this more of an active addition to the community than just a concrete building. I was the crazy one that wanted trees on the top and so on. Still do. But so, I would also like to see us in the future to actually get that definition in there so that we can do single use plan developments. I can foresee a need to do that. And so that when we have one of those come up, we don't get branded as trying to change the LDRs to fit this in. That's in our comp plan. If you look at our comp plan, it says plan development, comma, mixed use plan development, all get these bonuses. So when we say we have to change the LDRs to do a single use plan development for this, it's not like we're changing it to bend the rules. We're just implementing something that should have been implemented per our comp plan a long time ago. It fell through the cracks for whatever reason. So, to kind of sum up, there's a lot of good reasons why we're doing this. And hopefully for the public at home, now the math can start to add up as to why. And as far as alternatives, there really aren't any that, the city owns. We would have to be purchasing buildings, if people want to sell it. And you can't force a bank to sell the bank, can't force a church to sell their parking lot to us. This is what we have. This is our opportunity. So I am in favor of the smaller footprint, which gets us to the waiver standard. I'm in favor of mixed use. I would like to see the historic park, but I would really urge my colleagues to look at the larger garage, which gets us the maximum number of spaces towards our goal.
How are you going to pay for it?
Thank you.
Well, we've got some funds that have balance. We allocated during budget $2.7 million to the 1900 building. We could take funds out of that fund. If we don't move M Street, that's almost $1 million or more. So, the same question would be, how are we going to pay to move M Street? It's the same dollar amount.
Is that in our budget? Is that a budget item, the movement, the expense of moving the house, the one house?
As we described, the agreement includes $500,000 to move the house. Sorry, to move the house from the developer. That's $500,000, and then the restoration of that Yannick put in the budget of $660,000. So that's.
So that's in addition to this. That's not included in that.
Correct. That's so when we say we have $8.5 million to build a garage, we also have $1 million between the developer and the city set aside to relocate the structure.
Where the money's there.
If you don't move the house.
No.
No, but we have the money to move the house.
Yes, for the record, Yannick and I with finance.
I understand.
Yes, I believe we had already budgeted for the relocation for 660,000. So if we I think at the time when we decided to just demolish all the buildings, there was a savings of about 1.1 million.
But we have the money budgeted. We have the money to move 17.
Of course, yes. According to the last estimate that we received was 660.
Okay.
Unless that changes, I'm not sure.
I just want to respond to some of the things that, it's really interesting. So the only chance we get to talk about this stuff is, it's very interesting. We have, any new development, like for example, behind the Wells Fargo building, they'll have to provide their own parking. I mean, they'll have to have their own parking. I see you want to respond. Well, they will. I mean, the Wamota, the apartment house is providing their own parking. I have a question though for staff. If I'm disturbed by like pay, in lieu of stuff. I just don't think we get enough money for what we need. Do we have, if somebody came along for that lot next to Wells Fargo, so we want to do this and we don't have parking, but we want to pay you for the parking. Do we have to accept that, or we can say, no, you really got to do the parking?
It's implied, because it's been in our code for over 20 years, that someone could pay an entirety of their parking requirement through the in lieu of process.
I hate that. It's stupid.
However, I have not experienced anywhere that a residential project would ever be able to get financing with virtual spaces. Where I think Wamota is a little different is that they're providing their residential spaces, but then the in lieu of is actually shared. That's somewhere else. We have a project that is coming along that would like to utilize an in lieu of proposal, but they actually want spaces. Well, that option is you rent spaces from the Bohemian Park Garage. We do a cross access agreement, and then you, for the period of whatever your life of your project might be, you set up a lease payment system to pay us for some portion of the Bohemian Park Garage.
I don't know what project should be. Is it reasonably close to the resident?
Yes, it's a block away from Bohemian. So I think we would be challenged if we did not accept someone paying the fee. We have talked internally about, because staff did recommend for this fiscal year that we raise the in lieu of fee to 30,000. The commission's decision was to raise it only to 25 on the schedule of fees and charges, which has not. It was adopted, wasn't? It's not. So we could still change it to 30. That we might get some kickback from my attorney friend, because that actually makes development a little more arduous than it would be otherwise, because you're paying more for the in lieu of space than you were as of today.
That's not a change to your land development.
I know, that's what we.
Comprehensive.
No, it's in the schedule of fees and charges. So I think we're okay to charge more. Just want to check with Elizabeth. I'd like her to be my friend.
To see them pay for what it actually costs to create a space in a garage. I think we're giving away for $25,000 or whatever we're going to make it.
And that's something that we could look at in the schedule of fees and charges. Is we could, the residential in lieu of payment is actual, because they're going to want a space theoretically dedicated to them. So if you're going to try to buy your way out of the residential parking requirement, maybe it's $40,000 a space.
Yeah.
For commercial and mixed use, maybe it's a little less, because most commercial other types of uses are not going to want a space that's dedicated to their use 24/7.
Right. Yeah, I just have always had trouble with this in lieu of thing, because we end up with not enough parking, and what happens to the money? How much money do we have? A fund that's like our in lieu of fund that we have now?
It's being created under. It was existence, but it was not clear how it was set up. But Yannick has put us on the straight and narrow and corrected it, and we had there as a fund.
And do we know how much is in the fund?
At one point, it was like $75,000. But a previous commission paid a single user 120 some of it back, because we didn't use it. And that restaurant felt that it should have its money back since we had not used that money. It was,
Okay. I'm not even gonna go there.
there's a lot that's happened in the years that
That's
I've been, that Joan and
that's
I've
the
been here.
institutional knowledge, right?
Well,
Yeah. So that was my question.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Motion to extend.
Oh, right.
Second.
who seconded? I'm sorry.
Anthony.
Wasn't me.
And Commissioner McVoy's hand is raised, and you have 9 minutes and 21 seconds left on this to discuss this item, and I do have public comment.
Oh, because we're going to workshop.
Yeah.
We
Motion accept.
ugh.
So,
How
All
many
in
minutes do
favor of
we have
motion
left?
to extend?
What?
All in favor?
Oh, yeah, we can extend because why not?
We have to approve that.
No, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. McVoy?
I'm sorry, what was that motion?
That was still to extend. We never actually approved the motion.
Oh, okay, thank
We
you.
just did a first and a second, not a vote.
I think I was hoping she would just shut us off at 10 o'clock. Okay, so we're gonna go past 10. Mr. McVoy's hand is up. I just want to make a comment.
What's that?
I just want to make one more comment right now. Talk about the Linear Park.
I've not been
I know
allowed
you have your hand up, Mr. McFoy. I just want to make a sentence and then I'll call, you're up. How's that? Is that okay?
Okay, I thought you were asking me a question, but
No, I'm asking staff a question.
no, sorry.
It's okay. I was just in the city in New York, and what they have done with linear parks is remarkable. The High Line, the Hudson River parks, and they're just amazing. So it sounds like, 22 feet by 85 feet, odd shape, but I got to tell you, with the creative use of plantings and boardwalks and different things, it's beautiful. So that was my last one. Mr. McVoy, you're up.
Yeah.
We're in the-
Mayor, don't think, sorry. Just keep in mind, the higher design that you have for the park, you have to have a budget for it.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, and I have a feeling that we're going to workshop. We have 9 minutes. Mr. McFoy, please try to keep us under 30 minutes so we don't have to go to workshop. Please give us like 5-6 minutes.
Well, Mr. Segrich had quite a length of time.
I understand that, Mr. McFoy, but it's late and I'd rather not have to go us into workshop.
Well, Madam, keep in mind, we're not looking for a motion tonight. We're just looking for direction so we can move further into this process and then refine and then come back at a later date.
But do you need to know how many stories?
Yeah. So again, we're not
Okay,
looking for a
that's-
motion. So I just
Yeah,
wanna
but
make
you're
sure
looking
that-
for
yeah.
A decision.
But that doesn't change the fact that if we go past 30 minutes, we have a workshop. So, Mr. McFoy, if you would be so kind.
Okay, the mayor, I think, stole some of my comment by pointing out that residential developments, and I think William confirmed it at a professional technical level, residential developments aren't going to get financing if they don't provide their parking on site. And if you think about it, how many people in residential developments want to buy their groceries or whatever and park in some public parking garage and then schlep all that stuff back to wherever they live?
Right.
That just doesn't seem very likely to be a successful project, or one that would get successful financing. So I think we have to think about that in terms of realistically, what is our parking demand? A couple of other things that we should take into account for trends, because I think Commissioner Segrich correctly said we ought to think about this. We've certainly heard from the public that and heard some fairly clear things at the town hall last night. An element here that we're not talking about at all, but you don't have to go to paid parking if you don't build a parking garage. If you do build a parking garage, you definitely have to go to paid parking. So the two things are linked. And we have already collected in the community some degree of data. I believe 700 or 800 petitions were gathered that said they didn't want paid parking. I don't think we've done very much in the way of really understanding either the community's interest in paid parking or the economic costs of going to paid parking. We have not simply queried all of our businesses, hey, what do you think about paid parking? Not do you want a parking garage in the community? Because just asking people whether they want it is not useful. To be a useful question, what would you be willing to pay for a parking garage? That would be a useful question, but simply asking if they want it is not informative. But asking them how they feel about paid parking, on-street parking, would be useful. We have not done that. We have also not made any effort to get any sort of study, and I've asked for it repeatedly, to say, hey, we're the only city that has free parking around. That almost certainly is a competitive advantage for our city. What is the cost of eliminating that? And are the businesses okay with that cost to them? Because it's certainly not going to increase their business. So I'm concerned that we are moving forward with something that is quite expensive, even at the 8.5, and some help with the insurance, the interest rate, and some help with a little bit of contribution and blah, blah, blah. It still is significant chunks of money. Other things that we're not taking into account is trends that we know are out there. We know that there is a trend away from brick and mortar businesses and toward online things. We know that that exists. We would be foolish to pretend that it doesn't. We know that there is a trend toward increased alternative transportation. All you got to do is keep your eyes open around town to see how many people are on scooters, how many people are on electric bicycles, how many people, a few of them on those, I don't know the name of them, but the single wheel things that give me the heebie-jeebies because they look dangerous but a lot of fun. But you do see people using them as a serious mode of transportation and hauling things when they do. We also know from the person that came and talked to us about public-private partnerships at a national level organization that the planning number for parking nationwide is assume a 2% decrease per year. And if you work that out, that happens to come out to about 20% roughly in 10 years. That's a big decrease. So all of these discussions that Commissioner Segrid's raised about why we have to move, we've got to assume that there's a parking demand. I'm not buying it. I think that we are not making a very wise choice and a big expensive investment without having explored, as best planning practices, the stuff I've read says, try inexpensive things first. If you wanted to put in, Pay Mobile or whatever they're called, signs, that's probably not very expensive. It's pretty easy to reverse. See what happens when you put paid parking. Be prepared to take it out if it turns out we start seeing a big hit. That's an inexpensive experiment that you could do relatively quickly, relatively cheaply, and find out. What does that do? Maybe that lowers the parking demand enough. Maybe it doesn't hurt the businesses at all. And maybe now you don't need that much of a parking garage, if any.
Okay, but
another
I'm going to
question-
interrupt you. In terms of what we were talking about, we understand your position about the need or the parking lot, but, and again, we're just trying to keep this from a workshop because we have so many meetings going on. Can you address the different, understanding your hesitation and your disapproval of it, of the projects that have been promoted tonight or put forward tonight? Do you have one that you more like than the other? Or
Well, I'm a little uncomfortable with you putting words in my mouth as to what I'm trying to get out, representing the citizens that I represent, and which includes a large number of people who were at the town hall last night that were quite clear about what kinds of things they wanted their town to be like. And that did not include paid parking. I heard nobody enthusiastic about that. I didn't hear anybody enthusiastic about a parking garage either. So that is relevant. I heard people saying clearly
W Moda, lots of people, which is a message I've been saying since October, lots of people in the community don't know anything about the project. When they find out the level of public subsidy, they're not comfortable. Many of the things that we're looking at here, despite the commission saying repeatedly, this parking garage has nothing to do with W Moda, but we just saw very clearly in the documentation that it does have to do with it. And we didn't even talk about a portion that clearly is relevant, the residential part. They got their amount of parking calculated on the 25% reduction, which we all expressed at the time that we didn't think that was really realistic. We also noted that there wasn't any guest parking. So somewhere or other, that's got to happen. And I guess the parking garage is providing that. I think a lot of people, if they had known, and if our commission had known a lot of these things about W Moda at the beginning, that we were demolishing buildings to make it happen, that we were taking on various expenses to move, that we're taking on expenses of a parking garage, they might have asked a lot more questions and pushed harder for the community to really have a chance to vote on something like that and make
Madam
it
Mayor,
clear.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have 25 seconds left.
Okay, Mr. McVoy, I want to cut you off.
Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion to ignore the 30-minute rule and waive it so that we may discuss without going to a workshop.
For time.
Second.
Do you want to have a time certain on that?
For 30 minutes.
For 30, okay.
30 additional minutes.
Another 30 minutes. All right. All right, go ahead. I'm just gonna go
Second.
throw this out. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
So, I have to say, I don't think that we can in good conscience as a commission say that we are clearly representing the well understood views of the community of what they want in their city. I think we've been a bit willful about ignoring input as to what people want. So that's where I am on it.
Thank you, Mr. McVoy. Mr. Segrich? We don't have to use the 30 minutes.
Absolutely not. No. Just also just quickly addressing, why parking downtown. If you look at who supports our downtown, it's
not
a good amount of our residents, not the majority of people. We have a lot of visitors from other towns that come in. In my district, we're 35 to 40% snowbirds in some of the neighborhoods. So, our businesses downtown need people here 365 days a year, which means we need visitors from outside to come. And, like it or not, they're not taking the train to Lake Worth Beach. They're not taking the bus, and they're certainly not riding their bike from other towns.
Skateboarding here from
Yeah.
Boca.
But in terms of our options, I'm advocating for the larger of option. The question is, do we have the budget? Where does it come from? Taking the moving of the structure aside, we do have some funds in budgets. We utilize the Park of Commerce Fund to fund the 1900 building project. There are more monies in that fund. We could use some of that for this. So I don't think it's a case that we do not have the money. Is it preferable to come out with cash? No, Yannick will tell us it's not preferable. But in this case, we are saving so much by utilizing the financing from the developer. And it's the opportunity cost. In my opinion, if we're not gaining these spaces now, where are we going to gain them? And here we have an economical way of gaining these spaces. We might have to invest some cash capital in it. So thank you.
Can you go back to the three? Ms. May?
So I just wanted to address the assumption that this parking garage would be aligned with the paid parking, because one of the things about the parking garage is the quick payment for the garage. I mean, we're in 5 years, it's paid for. So it doesn't, not one piece of monies to pay for this garage is coming from the people using the garage paid for it. So, I mean, there's so many different options when we talk about a managed parking system. We're not going to get into it tonight, but the assumption that every single spot in the entire city of Lake Worth Beach is going to be paid parking is asinine, and it's really misleading to the public, because you can have the entire garage be free and be the only paid parking be on-street parking. So, you know, there's so many different other options that we have. So I think that we would need to be really careful about generalizing with all or nothing kind of comments. I mean, I'm getting a little bit swayed about going a little bit bigger on this garage. I have a hard time going that much bigger and moving 17.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
How about if we can agree that, I guess, option one, it seems, are all three options still on the table?
Yeah.
Or have we eliminated any of the three?
I would like to ask our finance director.
Because what I was going to recommend is, if we're looking at between option 2 or 3,
Mhm.
we can have our finance director look into what would it take to make up, where you see that above budget column, that last column. If we can narrow this down to 2 options,
Mhm.
we can look at the large one and see what exactly would that take. If we're looking at bond, like what would we have to do that?
I
So
feel we're
that
watching
that
House
narrows it
Hunters.
down a little bit for us, because we now have basically determined we definitely want to do a mixed use. It seems like everyone's
Yeah.
on board with a park. So we're getting to a point where we're now getting further along in the process and narrowing this down. But if there is a desire to look into that, we can look and see what that would. I mean, Yannick,
Well, Yannick and I, with finance. Option 2 or 3, for that matter, it just requires sacrificing any other future potential projects that you have where you would come out for cash. Well, it won't affect the pool, because you have those funds set aside. But the decision really is really up to you guys, because you have, like Segridge mentioned, this Park of Commerce, you have some funds in the sales tax. But again, it's not preferable to come out of cash with that big price tag, because you're actually sacrificing other future potential product that you may need for the city.
But you could do
Correct.
option 2 without getting more cash by not moving 17.
Yes, because you will save an additional 1 million,
Sorry.
right? But that
I'm just putting it out there that financially it would.
correct. Yes. And if option 3 without relocation, so that will be 2.4 minus $1 million. So that will be an additional 1.4 million that you'll have to reallocate from other projects or funds. But that decision is really,
Yeah.
it's really
I would not be in favor of, I am in favor of moving it for a couple of reasons. Number one, when this whole thing started years ago, before any of us were on the dais and decisions were made to do what was done, we've whittled, the buildings have been demolished that, anyway. So we've got one viable building left, which would be 17 South M. That, and another reason I think it would be a good idea to put it on Federal Highway, if we can work something out with the owner, would be because otherwise that's going to be an empty lot for a really long time. And I'd rather have a very attractive, well put together, used building on that than the empty lot, which we will live until the cows come home. And so I think it's better for us to have, I'm not going to prattle on, but I would not be in favor of demolishing 17 South M. Mr. Segridge?
Me neither.
Thank you.
So the difference between option 2 and 3 is approximately 38 spaces. It's a 19% gain in capacity. It's only a 12% increase in budget. So it is economically better to do that. addressing the building and moving it. I don't know exactly how many offices are in 17 South M, but I think it's somewhere in the range of 8 to 12, maybe.
And your point?
We're looking at
I
paying,
understand.
we're looking at paying $1 to $2 million for
Seems like Gianna's gonna
a-
seven when I started counting our fingers.
for
I
so
don't think
even-
that.
even Mr. McFoy, I'm speaking, sir.
Mr. Scary has.
You know, we're looking at paying $1 to $2 million to preserve a building that is a 7-office building.
Might I interrupt a minute? Is because I don't want people to be confused. Is that the budget that we had allocated was actually restoring and moving both 17 South M and its garage, connecting the two buildings, and the parking division would go to that. So it would actually be more than the number of individuals who are in the leisure services building currently at 17 South M.
Sure. So even at
It might be
15,
13
even
or
at
14 staff.
even at 15 office spaces,
Okay.
paying $1 to $2 million is extraordinarily expensive. It's between 11 to 22% of the entire budget of our garage.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off now because we are now. If you want to speak now, you got 3 minutes because we're at 10:17 and I'm not going to go to past that. We said 30 minutes. So I see Mr. McVoy's hand is up. You've got. Since we started, it was 10:08.
I just was gonna say that the logic or the rationale that Commissioner Segrich is putting out is that, you know, cost per office is willfully ignoring that we have a downtown historical district that we have committed that we are going to protect that historical district. That is an obligation. That doesn't really have an economic, you know, it's hard to put a number on that, although many of you will recall that every time that the tourism director comes to town, I ask him, the county one, I asked him, is our historic downtown an important part of our tourist attraction for our city? And he always says, without hesitation, yes. So if you wanted to do an economic cost of moving 17M and instead of demolishing it, you would have to say, all right, somebody's got to figure out what is the worth as a tourist attraction of us being having a historic downtown, much of which, as the mayor has pointed out, we've already been rather irresponsible of knocking down. So calling it X amount of money per so many office spaces is, you know, it's not good thinking.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we're going to really rush it. Let's keep charging. Mr. Segrich, 3 minutes.
For our leisure service director, how many tourists do you get to 17 South M a year?
It's not oh, come on.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
he's saying
Silly question.
it is a silly question because we're proposing that this building is a tourist attraction. It's not. Our historic
think that's what
downtown
he's-
is
that's not what he's
historic.
saying.
Is historic.
I never said that.
right.
That's silly thinking, even worse.
It's
Right.
historic because of the buildings in our downtown corridor. When you read the description of our downtown historic district, it does not talk about cottages. It talks about the business buildings that are put together in multiple different types of architecture with no space in between. It doesn't mention cottages. Now, our other historic districts are specifically historic because of the multiple architectures for our cottages and for the residential buildings. Our downtown is not historic because of residential buildings. And that is why I contend that I'm looking at it as an economic decision. We have a real need in this city for parking. We have an opportunity to do it and do it right. And I believe that our money is better spent on that than on moving that one particular building. And the amount of money it's going to cost to move it is still unknown, but at least, I could live with moving that one building, certainly not the other. So.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we've all had our say. So, but except Mr. Brown has not. So let's go.
I had a question
Sure.
for all of you. Prior, because we do have public comment. I'm not sure how many Melissa has. Was going to ask if prior to just giving the time, prior to doing public comment, there are 4 items on the new business, which there are no cards for. that we could probably go through pretty quickly. But
Like in 5
it's up,
minutes.
it's up to you guys. I just wanted to state that because I don't know how long.
Let me
public
ask,
comment
is
is.
there are any of the remaining things we're saying we're going to talk about? Or is it just motion to approve second?
Just motion to approve in seconds for
Well,
the most part.
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, and again, there are other items on here that aren't time sensitive, like the next item, for the downtown parking perimeter, that can be pushed to the next meeting, October 6th. Like there are
Okay.
things that we can push that aren't
All
time
right,
sensitive.
I do have public comment on some of them, though.
Okay,
all right,
well, it's,
all right.
again,
All
up
right,
to you
so we're
guys.
just, we'll stay the course. Okay, Todd Townsend. And this is 2 minutes each.
Turn the mic on, Todd. It's on.
Hi, Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. Doesn't look like you added in the fire lane spaces that'll have to be removed. That has to be added onto your new parking garage. I brought up relocating that house to Federal Highway a long time ago and was poo-pooed. The compact, I think it's really uncool to put in a whole bunch of compact spaces. So essentially you're stealing our space, right? There's 6 spaces there, but now we're going to make that into 10 because we're going to have compact cars. Mr. Segrich can't use any of those spaces because he's got a truck. And yeah, we're setting this precedent with WMOTA to build up into the sky, and we're not going to have enough parking, as Mr. Segrich said, once the other places get sold and bought and buildings get built there. And give me looks and roll your eyes. It's okay. And yeah, right. These two projects are not related to each other. The garage and WMOTA, as people, as you've been saying for such a long time, ends up in like a no confidence vote here, man. And what about the pool? It looks like you've already got the pool moved away from the beach. It's already like it's a done deal with our friend there. And I think you should not really worry about going to workshop. It's an important thing here. It's like, yeah, we all want to get out of here. I'm walking out of here now. But I mean, if it has to go to workshop, then it has to go to workshop. And yeah, I'm just unhappy with the whole situation. I think that my garage was the better garage, but you've made it a point not to listen to the public. So I'm running out of gas. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny Powell?
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. Hello again. It's hard to know where to even start. I feel very confused. I'm going to try to make a few points. And one, are we getting a flat rate on the design cost? Because if we're not, I mean, this is eating into the cost, isn't it? Okay, William's shaking his head. Thank you. All right, just one point I'd like to make. Kim Delaney actually gave some credence to something that I've said for a while. And that is that we can expand our the perimeter of our downtown parking and looking for ways to accommodate parking downtown and not building a garage. We're probably not going there, but I think people can walk from 3rd Avenue North and 2nd Avenue South and all the streets in between. I think they can walk from City Hall. I think that she said that Tri-Rail is like a comfortable 1/4 mile walk from a lot of residents within that 1/4 mile area. Also, it's I know this is also water under the bridge, but when I calculate 25,000 times 50, maybe I'm doing it wrong, but maybe he's only paying for 45, and that's why he gave us $1 million. But 25,000 times 50 is 1.25 million. Yeah, don't take our pool money. I don't know what else I've got on here. I've got a lot of crazy writing. So I think like the church that's just south of 1st Avenue South, there's a big church, just like we expect our businesses to contract with businesses for their valet parking. WMOTA is closer to that church parking lot than they are to the K Street garage.
Thank you. Ramsey McLeod?
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I want to express my sincere gratitude to staff for all the work done to provide clear, acceptable options to members of the dais regarding this matter. Since you constantly bemoan our financial situation, this decision should not be made based on a per parking space cost, but rather on how little we can afford to exceed the financing being provided by WMOTA. Therefore, I am in support of option 1, which is the most fiscally responsible choice. In addition, I support sticking to the original plan of moving 17 South M Street to the parking garage location, as it meets the requirement of being mixed-use project and does not require the city to build a new structure to accommodate leisure services or the parking division. It also is compliant with our existing LDRs, guidelines, and other city regulations. From what I heard from the Historic Planning and Reserve Board or whatever, we don't have an option of not relocating this structure. In order to get their approval. That was when they made their decision to accept this. That was the exclusion they made. You have to move this, and you can't come up with a financial reason in order to demolish the site. I do have a couple of questions. If you move the 17 South M Street to the 21st South Federal Highway location, where are staff and people supposed to park? And in the backup documentation, the several slides in your presentation had words typed over other words, and some sentences appeared to be cut off. So it made it impossible to be able to comment on them. And I know we don't have time, but I would appreciate it at some point you could explain what you meant in these areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Captain Colmeyer?
Catherine Colmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I'm sure you're delighted to see me standing up here. So, well, where to begin? So first of all, we've lost 119 spaces to WMOTA's development and to the parking lot the parking garage. So if when we build a new parking garage, it's $37,000 a space, give or take, 119, we already had 119. So that's another $4.4 million basically that WMOTA is costing us. Okay. As far as private property, we can't force them to let us park on their property. You're a city, you can negotiate with churches, with businesses who have empty parking lots. Where I live, there's a parking lot that's got 200 spaces and it's empty all the time, actually. Now the church isn't operating. When the church starts operating, it'll probably be empty all the time, except maybe, you know, Sunday morning and Wednesday night or something, whenever they have people coming. So I come to the town, I walk around the town, I see acres of empty land, parking lots with no cars on them, and a bloody great parking garage. And I think, oh, that's really weird. The city couldn't be bothered to negotiate with those people. And whatever it costs them, I bet it's going to be a damn sight cheaper than a parking garage. Let's see. I have yet to hear anybody talk about the budget of maintenance, security, and management to run the parking garage when it's yours. And if this parking study, as this young man said, was based on, well, Saturday night peak time, you know, it's not going to be like that all the time. It's okay, relax. Then that says to me that parking garage is going to be empty for a lot of the time.
Thank you, that's time.
Okay. Thank you. I could stand up here for 20 minutes.
John Sturdy.
Good evening. It's still evening. John Zerdy, 217 South Palm Way. Feels like more. You know my background, so I would say that it seems to me that the second and third option, between the design of them, you could look at designing something. If it's 4.5 or 5, it's fairly easy because you're either going to keep going the other half of the ramp. So you probably could look at that within that design with direction from you all and come up with that option, which would be not that big a difference in terms of a presentation for you to consider. So probably could do that without it being a big deal. in terms of design. As far as the cost goes, I mean, you could still see, can you negotiate with the person on the South Federal? Because that is a good point. I guess you just park somewhere else and walk over there too, because it's a small little lot to even bring it over there and have any kind of park. It's already terrible. I live on South Palm Way. There's hardly any parking available because there's not a lot of parking. Everybody parks in the street as it is. You have people backing into South Federal to get off. I had an accident there not that long ago because of parking. So I think that, you know, that's symbiotic relationship, really. You're trying to create more revenue so you can pay for this, but if you don't want to have enough parking to see far enough ahead, it's not going to happen. I think that you can still do both. And maybe if you can't negotiate, you end up putting the 41 on the spot that's shown there right now, and you can still leave area for park use or just recreational, a little bit of space. I don't know what the minimum for park is. I don't think I've ever seen a requirement. What's the minimum in park size? So to me, in the end, I think you can look at both 2 and 3, instruct the direction to make that happen. See if there's a possibility for the move and get real numbers. So this young man right here could help you out, figure out where all the money comes from and when it needs to be paid for.
Thank you. That's time.
And have this move forward tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any comments for this issue?
I have 5 comments.
We're not going to finish our agenda.
Can I just read their name, address, and for or against?
Or just read them.
Okay, Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. The city is using taxpayer money to pay a design firm to bring back proposals, and staff failed to provide the design firm with the city's LDRs, historic preservation rules, etc. So we, the taxpayers, spent how much money on this design firm to come up with design proposals that violate all of our development laws. And the commission and residents have spent hundreds of hours looking at, responding to, and discussing proposed designs that violate our laws. I'm also flabbergasted that this professional design firm would simply draw up designs without ever asking city staff for the LDRs and our historic preservation laws. It appears that this professional firm is inept. As Commissioner Mays so deftly put it at a recent utility meeting, this makes us look like morons. Yes, it does. The city is so intent on jamming this unwanted taxpayer-funded garage through that this is the result. Hundreds of thousands of dollars down the drain for professional design proposals that are illegal under our city laws. I'd really like to know how much taxpayer money the city just wasted. This garage is not wanted and not needed, and it would not actually net any public parking spots. It is simply a giveaway to WMODA, which will convert free parking downtown to paid parking. The only proposal that should be on the table is the one promised to the taxpayers, a small footprint, 4 stories tall, with the historic buildings moved to provide a buffer for the historic community to the south. Kim Stokes, 1321 North L Street. I'm against using the public's money for this parking garage. I think you should cancel the contract with Sunshine Development and spend more time really thinking about the impact all your decisions are going to have on our downtown. Exhaust every available alternative and pilot a program before you invest all our money into this garage. It just keeps getting more and more expensive. If a garage is determined to be needed in 3 to 5 years, design the one you want and then go out to bid. I would also like to note that you have not been transparent with the community or the business owners. You keep insisting this garage is separate from WMODA when it is very clear that it needs to provide 205 spaces because of the impacted area between L and M. That's WMODA. If the garage is the cost of WMODA developing that site, then you need to admit that. Perhaps you should have sold the land instead of giving it away to help fund the garage. Instead of giving WMODA a $2 million infrastructure grant for their residential-only garage, you should have invested it in the public garage. Instead of waiving millions in fees, you should have collected them to be used toward the garage. We are looking at the only option that can be built without changing our LDRs and coming in close to budget, providing only 26 extra spaces. Gabrielle Zamora, 2307 Park Street. If the price of the parking garage is going to increase, then Arthur Weiner needs to be required to pay a lot more money for this downtown garage. He also needs to pay for maintenance. The garage will turn into an unofficial homeless shelter And we need someone 24 hours to clean up the mess and pick up anything that was left behind. I would like the commissioners and mayor, except Dr. McVoy, to volunteer to clean up the parking garage every month for 2 to 3 hours. Sarah, Betty, Anthony, and Mimi need to volunteer to clean up the parking garage every month for 2 to 3 hours since they voted for this garage. I think Mr. Weiner needs to build his market rate apartment and his own parking garage somewhere else. It does not need to be in downtown. Increasing density doesn't bring more customers to downtown. After the Bohemian and Lucerne apartments were built, most downtown business owners saw a decrease in customers. Most of the Lake Worth Beach residents do not use the Bohemian parking garage. There is free parking surrounding the Bohemian parking garage, so of course they don't want to pay the extra parking garage fee. Just because business owners want this parking garage doesn't mean that residents want it. If Mr. Weiner should be required to pay for the city-owned land. Giovanna Dominguez Timor, 301 8th Avenue North. The residents of the city have repeatedly delivered logical, sound arguments for why it is foolhardy to even entertain the building of yet another parking garage, let alone decide on a model. Unchecked development is increasingly unpopular in the Tri-County area for a reason, and people have flocked to their commissions and councils because they hate the result of unchecked development. Quality of life suffers. People lose everything that makes for a livable city. Natural open spaces, unhindered sea breezes, walkability, and welcoming spots to rest and watch life go by. Development must be controlled as it is weighed against quality of life for residents and visitors alike. The residents of Lake Worth Beach have let you know over and over again their time is valuable. You should respect their efforts to communicate with you. It is an emotional investment of their time in behalf of the city they love. And the last comment is from Alexander Katikis, 1424 North L Street. I am still opposed to a monster parking garage smack in the middle of the city's downtown. Based on my 11-year observations of downtown activity, I do not think the garage will be utilized to the point that costs of said garage will be covered. The garage does not conform to the vibe of downtown. Worst of all, the cost of the garage is going up from what was originally told to us. At a meeting several months ago, I begged the commission that if indeed the garage is approved, to at least make the garage aesthetically pleasing. Example, foliage on the outside walls. Commissioners May and Maliga and the mayor joked that the garage could be painted pink. At the rate pricing for the garage is going, either the garage is going to be a large gray ugly mass, or to make it aesthetically pleasing and easier to stomach, we're going to end up paying even more money that we're never going to get back. That's the last comment on this item.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we are someplace with something. And I wonder where that is. Give me some guidance, folks. You are for the option, Mr. Segrich is for option 2 or 3. Correct?
2 or 3 with the park.
And demolishing 17 South Ave.
Yep.
Ms. May?
If we go for 2 or 3, demolish South M. Or 17 South M. Because we need to be able to keep it within budget.
Well, I'd like to hear,
Otherwise, option 1, if we have to move 17 South M.
Okay, thank you. And I would, my desire, my person would be not to demolish it, to move it. I would ask though that we have some numbers to come back about what that realistically would mean, you know, where we could get money to do the moving. Moving 17 South M to First Avenue South would be a harder move, like physically, like wires and all that sort of thing.
Well, you've approved a contract, and I think it's underway to underground much of the utilities in the general vicinity of downtown.
Mhm.
It is a longer distance, the traversing of down the street. I do think it would be a little less expensive to move it to Federal Highway because there's only one line that we're going to be crossing. The lines on the Federal Highway are on the east side. Also, the site configuration on Federal does not support the extensive nature of connecting the buildings and doing the additions that were contemplated for when both buildings were moved to First Avenue South. Because because it's on a corner and it has two frontages, the thought was to connect the two buildings together with a hyphen that provided more space and some other things. That's not really going to make sense over on Federal Highway because it doesn't have the same frontage. It only has 50 feet versus 85 plus 50, which is 135. So I think the cost to relocate it to South Federal, there will be some savings in the actual cost of the move.
Except
And
not
also,
to exchange what we have to, because I mean, we're sort of operating the blind because
Yeah, we need real
owner
numbers.
is going to
Yeah.
ask for.
well, that was part of what Wamoto was going to do, is within 90 days of their entitlement approval was to provide a report for relocation, but that was kind of thrown into the confusion land when it was intimated that there was not interest in moving it to 17 South, to set the First Avenue South. So where are we evaluating it to be moved? So that is a report that is.
But it's not even just getting it moved. Once you get it there, you have to plumb it and electricity it and make it functional.
Well, there was a house there, so I mean, there are utilities that lead up to it probably. And there's the city water.
And part of the evaluation will be how much of the existing infrastructure of the building, which is currently used by people, would be lost or have to be modified because it was substantially rehabilitated by the Dale Construction Company about 7-8 years ago. So it has gone through a substantial rehab not that long ago. So it really comes down to a moving company letting us know how much of the existing fabric is going to be damaged. We know that the front porch is going to have to come off for it to be moved, and probably it needs to be put back on again. And the ADA compliant ramp in the back is going to have to come off, and they build it back. But beyond that, I don't know because we haven't done that evaluation.
Well, and there's only 3 of us here tonight. Well, Mr.
Four.
McBoy's here as well. And I'm very tied to the idea of moving it. I really am. I think that's, the last vestige of what we started out with in that area. But I'm looking to our finance director, not now, but just, I'd like to come back with an assessment of how the money would work. Item number 3 seems like a lot over budget. I understand what you're saying though. And, so I just want to see what the numbers come back with in terms of, I guess, 2 or 3. One is like, if the numbers don't work for 2 or 3, I don't want to throw one off the table, but that would be the last resort so that we do get more parking out of it. Mr. Segrich?
I know I asked it before, but given where we are in the process, would we be able to go back to Mr. Weiner and say, hey, would you be willing to increase your loan by $1 million?
I believe we've
No.
indicated that's not going to
No,
happen.
it's not good.
Okay.
But let's see how creative our finance director can be. So I think what I'm getting is we're leaning towards 2 or 3 if financially it makes any sense, if we can recover some of the costs.
And we gave ourselves the 60 days to work through this in a collaborative process. So I think it's okay if we're moving the ball forward to come back with more information.
That's what we do. Mr. Finance, Mr. Money.
I just want to get clear direction. You need me to go back and tell you where to get the money from
We'll have a bake sale.
for option 203.
Yeah.
Okay. And how soon?
With moving first and without moving.
Okay, so
Well, that would require Executive Director Oliva to have that conversation as far as what that might look like. If we were going to relocate 17, like what would be required or requested.
I'm a little skeptical about how fast and how effective and what the owner is going to ask in return. That's one of my
But
concerns.
we need to know that.
Right.
So we don't currently.
so we're definitely keeping 17.
No, that's what we're asking now is,
Okay.
because again, we don't have, either it's going to go to first, if we keep it, it's either going to go to First Avenue South, which would make it a mixed use.
Can I ask for or make a suggestion? I guess I think when city manager talked about Forks and Road and which one's going to close off, I would like us to put some more guardrails on this conversation. And I completely understand why it's difficult to decide relocating the building. But if we could get a maximum amount of money that you are comfortable taking from some other project and allocate.
Well, that's what we're asking.
Right, and I think taking the relocation, there is $1.1 million allocated to relocation. Let's assume that that is going to stay associated with relocation. And then how much money do you want to go from 1 to 2 to 3 to take? That way you don't have to decide more than one thing at a time. Because I feel like I don't want to overstep, but it's very hard to decide both at the same time. You don't really want to give up one or the
But
other.
we need more information to make that decision.
So all I'm saying is if the finance department can say you can get $1 million more, you can get $2 million more, you can get $3 million more, then you know if we can only get $1 million more, then we can only get to level 5 by demolishing. If we can only get no dollars more, we can only get to option 2 by demolishing. If we can get $3 million more, we can get everything we want. And so it seems like if you could have that guardrail.
I think, well, I think that's what we're asking to do.
Well, so I just want to make sure that Dias understands that this is you're asking me to go look for a cash payout basically, because I would not recommend coming out of cash with that kind of price tag, because this is the type of projects that requires us to once it exceeds $3 million or $4 million coming out of pocket, it's usually we go off a bond, right?
No, right, and we don't want
Right, and we don't want to do that. So again, it's your decision. If we decide to come out of pocket, then I can only present to you where the funds are available.
Yeah, that's all, that's what we're asking for.
Yep.
And because that then gives us the idea of what, how much is left in that giant bucket of money that we have to do other projects. So I understand it's a little fuzzy what we're asking, but this is a complicated thing for us to go through. So I think we have some direction.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, Commissioner McVoy's hand is raised.
Okay, Mr. McVoy.
I'm absolutely opposed to demolishing 17M, so I want to be clear. And I'm opposed to going above the 8.5. And I think we should remember that we said we didn't have enough money to do a pool at the beach, and people have been asking for that for a lot longer, and a lot more people for a lot longer than anybody's asked for a parking garage.
Thank you.
So,
Okay, so do you have any, do you have any idea of where to go with this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Brown, are you about? No. Okay, all right, so let's move on.
I'm very sorry, Madam Mayor, but according to the rules of procedure, no new items can be taken up after 10:45.
motion to adjourn.
I'm sorry, Mr. Segwich just had his hand up.
Can we waive that and get through some of these agenda items? I mean, we've got 10, 15 minutes. I
Can
think
we
we can
waive
get
that?
through.
I don't
That's
think
a
we can
legal
waive that.
question.
Our attorney is looking.
I still think if we did 2 or 3, we have to demolish.
I don't like I'd like to.
But I know there's like the street painting things, they need that now. Right? While she's looking, is there anything that is very time sensitive that cannot wait till the utility meeting or the next meeting in
While the
October?
attorney is looking, Madam Clerk, do we have any comments on E,
On,
new business E?
I have an answer.
What?
yes,
So
All right, we're listening to the attorney.
the 1045 rule in your rules of procedure is not waivable.
Not waivable.
All right, then
All
we're
right.
done.
All right. there's
So I
been-
second McVoy's motion.
All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Now, I think I'm just gonna make a comment, even though we've adjourned. Apparently because unfortunately, we're putting something on the utilities agenda, which is normally on this agenda. And I'm wondering if some of these things, which are a little more time sensitive, we might have to add that.
We're gonna need to.
Okay, I just want to bring that up in public.
Definitely B for the re-roof, because that needs to be done prior to season. So that really needs to get going.
B.
Vinnie's.
Oh,
This is
the
B.
roof?
Correct. That really needs to get going. And definitely E, new business, because that's tied to that grant we have with DOT.
Okay.
And that's holding up.
Okay, yeah,
finishing up
let's
the
just do the
ADA
ones that are
project.
time sensitive.